with my soul. No money to steal from poor. Yeah, okay. So, you know, Brunette, are you there? You're there? I'm here. You guys ready? So I told you last night I would probably be back before Sunday to do a show where I can just talk about everything and anything. And I'll be damned if the opportunity did not just drop right there in my lap this morning. We have a lot to unpack. Um, actually, oh fuck, I can't watch it now that I'm in here. But this, we're on the 15th vote for Congress for Speaker of the House, which, you know, it's just weird, man. Crazy times we live in. Crazy times we live in. Whew. So I don't even know how to begin this because I don't normally do these kind of shows. I really don't. This isn't something that I would normally do, but my name got dragged into it. And, you know, history for the last 3 years has taught me that, better to be ahead of the curve, to expect the unexpected, um, to keep track of everything, absolutely everything, and to, you know, never be surprised. Don't ever be surprised. Don't ever be surprised. Um, and it's unfortunate. It is kind of unfortunate that we're going to be doing a show today. It really is. And I want everybody to know ahead of time, I'm not doing this to judge Nick. I'm not mocking him. I'm not, I'm not doing this to in any way, shape, or form, you know, there's no revenge in it. There's no, I mean, of course I get an I told you so, but I told you so is like fair warning. I give him fair warning. 4 days ago on his channel, and it's still up. 4 days ago, I told him you're gonna lose everything. You're gonna fucking lose everything. You don't want to listen. You're gonna lose everything. Full disclosure before we even get into this. Full disclosure. In fact, I'm going to even show the proof because everybody always wants to say, well, show me proof that God is real. I'm gonna show you right now. This I gotta save it real quick. Save as turned over. And this is from last year. So just so you guys know, like I'm not. It's dated and everything. Let me see if I can get it up here. Yeah, and that's because I was on his mind. I was on his mind in the middle of that meltdown. I've been on his mind for a long time. Johnny 34 doesn't leave his mind, and it shouldn't. They shouldn't. He outright just spits on grace, spits in the face of Jesus, and then thinks he's gonna be all right. It's not. It's just not gonna happen, man. Nick's he's in for a real rude awakening. Let me see how I can get this up here. Design. I can add it as a background. I can add it as an overlay. Okay, overlay. Turned over. This has to be, I have to do this for full disclosure so you guys understand that I have a real reason for doing this. It's not anything against Nick at all in any way, shape, or form. It is to show you that the Bible is real and it does work. Okay, boom. So what you're looking at, is this upload complete thing goes away? Okay. What you're looking at, oh, it's not letting me show the, anyway, the circle part is a date. It's from September, what time is it from? It is from, how do I flip it? Well, it won't let me flip it or move it. Hang on, maybe this will change it. No. How do I change it? Okay, so Nick. Where am I going? Okay. So if I put this up here, it takes away from me. Okay, well that's fucking. All right, so anyway, just read this real quick and I'll see how I can figure this out. So it says right after we turned him over, right? Because me and my crew last year, I think in about July, somewhere in June, July, Nick did a very fucked up show about us, like he always does. Just really bad, right? Like Even this morning, you're going to see it in the video that we're going to review. He accuses me of locking my kids in the basement. What the fuck? What the fuck? Where does he get that from? Like, is he out of his fucking mind? So, he did a lot of really fucked up shit. We don't judge him for it, but, you know, like Paul did, we turned him over to the devil. And when we say we turn him over to the devil, I mean, we put him in God's hands and God decides, right? And because God controls all things and the devil has a job to do. So when we turn somebody over to God, when we turn somebody over to God, we're just turning them over to the devil. Paul did the same thing to people. It's very serious. So you can see here, right after we turned him over, he lost all of his pets. That was like within a week. Some even died. And everything went downhill for him from there. Then he met the wife, talked to Tim V, and I think told him that the wife was just the devil working even deeper. Right? We warned him. We warned him last year. I told him last year, look, dude, she's just going to make your problems compound. That's all she's there for. All sinners are of the devil. It doesn't matter who they are. When he met the wife, I talked to Tim V, I think, and I told him that the wife was just the devil working even deeper. And sure as shit, here it is. And this was back in September last year. Nick even made a video about us after we turned him over. And he did. Nick, can you guys see me? Or okay, there I am. All right, so, and he did. He made a video about it right after, and he complained that, like, he mocked us. He, like, thought it was a joke. And so, ever since we turned him over, and I'll show you the verse. Paul did it to a believer, and he did it to unbelievers the same. That they may burn not to blaspheme. 1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 20. So you know there's scriptural backing to this. We have found that it does nothing when you do it by yourself. It's a prayer. I mean, it's something you say to God between you. You know, it's between you and him. But you need more than one. Let me see. Where did I go? First Timothy, was it 120? It was. Okay. 1 Timothy 1:20. Of whom is Hymenaeus and I, Alexander, whom I have delivered unto Satan, that they may learn not to blaspheme. And so this is what we did to Nick. And it was 4 of us. I think it was 4 of us, plus my children. We all prayed, you know, God, all he does is trash us, talk to us like we're shit. All we've done is show him love. His channel banner, his channel banner, his channel banner. All right, the banner on his channel, our crew made that. It's on his Facebook too. Our crew made that, right? We've been a massive part of his life, and I've always been there for him. He knows he could always talk to me if he wanted to. I've always told him he's perfect. I've always argued with him and showed him I'm not playing games. And 4 days ago he did some shit that show he did 4 days ago was bullshit. That was just bullshit. You know, he got caught, and this is the timeline, and I want to begin a timeline with you guys. If you got pen and paper, I want to begin a timeline with you. I'm going to show you how to do this. So, I want to begin a timeline. 4 days ago, we did the live stream on his channel. I went on there, and it actually, here, let me figure this out first, too. I really do want to figure this out. It's not gonna leave me alone until I do. Okay, so we have this. Boom. Okay, so I can share this. Share. Boom. There it is. Okay, there's Skype. Okay, so you can see right here. There's the date, Friday, September 30th. This is our Skype group, the sealed. You can see up here it says the sealed. Then you see the big red circle. It says Friday, September 30th, 2022. Before he moved to his brother's house. Right after we turned him over, he lost all his pets. Some even died, blah, 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 blah. Nick even made a video about us after we turned him over to the devil. He was pissed, and now here we are. Right? And it just is what it is. I mean, it just is what it is. There's no taking, I'm not taking that back. Even now, I'm not going to take that back. It's not going to happen. Because he does. That's all he does is fucking blaspheme God. That's it. He claims to be a believer. He is no such thing. Um, he treats us like fucking dog shit, and we've done nothing but love him. So 4 days ago is where the timeline begins for this. Well, you can even say September 30th. So say September 30th, 2022. And this is where I told people, like, if you notice, we did it with Taylor, actually. Taylor. John Spot, if you guys remember that, a few weeks ago, a month ago, whatever. And within a week, his channel was dead. He hasn't been on there. I tried giving him another chance. I tried giving him another chance. He didn't go. So, within a week, his channel was done. He hasn't been on there since. He was supposed to put up a new channel. That's gone. Haven't seen or heard from him ever since. And his life's going to go the same way Nick's is going. So when I talk to other believers about this, I cannot stress this enough, that this is not something you do just because you're mad at somebody. Ever. This can't be a personal grudge. It's not. Even for me and Nick, even our crew and Nick, it's not a personal grudge. It's Nick's personal grudge. It's his grudge against the Bible. That's why we did it. It's his grudge against peace. That's why we did it. It's his grudge against the freedom in Christ. That's why we did it. So understand that first and foremost. And Tim will tell you, because last year, June, July, whenever we all did it, Tim was a part of that. All right? So the apostle, this guy right here. And all of you guys have seen. You guys have all witnessed this shit. Even the sinners in here, you've all witnessed this shit. You've all watched it happen. You just didn't know what was happening or why. And there's messages between me and Nick. Nick knows. Nick made a video. I'm pretty sure it's still on his channel somewhere. Nick made a video about us turning him over, and he laughed at us. He mocked us. He thought it was a fucking joke. So, to give you the timeline, September 30th, start there so you know that I'm not lying. And then go to 4 days ago. All right, and here's where this is going to get fun. So I'm going to share another screen. I'm going to share his channel, Brave Tab. Oh. And we're going to go to Nick's channel real quick. See what it looks like for you guys. Okay. I'm going to have to zoom in, obviously, and full screen it when we get there. I'm going to go back to his homepage. I will zoom in a little bit here so you guys can read it. Okay, so you see on the live stream, this banner, this is what I'm talking about, up here. This part up here that says signs and wonders, and it's all badass. Yeah, the other Tim did that. Our other Tim made that for him. This right here, this video, where he said, Perry, the shit-talking, child-abusing fuck. Now, I forgive everybody and I don't judge. I don't judge him. I forgive him. But at the end of the day, that was the most offensive shit. This whole thing was the most offensive shit to me. And I don't judge him, and I do forgive him. But it doesn't mean it didn't hurt my feelings. It doesn't mean that my feelings aren't hurt. That somebody I care about really thinks that of me. With no basis in reality to think that. There is no evidence to suggest on any level, on any planet, that I abuse my kids at all. And I don't. And I don't talk shit. Everything that's ever come out of my mouth about him is true. And everything that's coming out of my mouth right now about him is true. And I can back it up with facts and proof. He can't do that. So I want you to understand that this isn't personal. This is just facts. And personally, I don't want to say I'm worried about him, because I'm not. I'm worried about the people around him, and I'm worried about the people that are stupid enough to listen to him, really. But at the end of the day, throughout this, I think, where is it? He ended up booting me. I forget where it was. Hang on, I gotta turn off my music now, damn it.
Shit. He doesn't even know why he's a King James onlyist. He's a complete, utter fucking fraud. This man, Perry, is a complete, utter fucking fraud.
So I said,
he'll tell you he's a King James onlyist. You ask him why he's a King James onlyist, and he can't tell you.
Half an hour.
He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know where the King James come from. He doesn't know how it was compiled. He doesn't know how many manuscripts it was made out of. He doesn't know who wrote it. He doesn't know how many copies were made. He doesn't know fucking anything. He's a fucking fraud.
Can you guys hear it okay?
Okay. Now I'll turn your microphone back up and you can tell us why you're a King James onlyist.
Actually, Nick, I was wondering, could I get a word in real quick?
Sure.
Sure, okay.
Why? Hang on, I was looking for the part where I told him he's gonna lose.
Pay me for my time. Pay me for my time.
Pay you for your time?
Yeah.
What makes you think you have the nerve to be paid for your time?
Oh, so I'm not worth anything, right? So then what makes you think you're worth anything?
Pay attention here.
Why do you take money from people?
When did Jesus Christ ever ask to be paid?
Why do you take money from people?
I don't take shit from people. You
just talked about the $1,500 you took from that one lady.
It was a super chat. I never asked.
Okay, so as you can see, like, because in the video that he did this morning, he claims I only make $100 a month from YouTube, but on this video he told me he took a $1,500 super chat from some lady. I know our crew's given him at least a couple $100 over the last year. Just, I mean, I can't say we're being douchebags about it when we do it because we're really trying to help him out. Even if he is going to spend it on dope, we don't care. Like, but I mean, it was just kind of to prove a point. We do tend to try to help him when we can. But he does say in the video that he did this morning that he only makes $100 a month. That is an absolute lie. He takes every dollar that he can from everybody. And in the video he did this morning, you'll see that is the root. That is the root. That's all he cares about when it comes to his interactions on YouTube. That's all Nick gives a fuck about, is if he can get $1 out of you. And I'm going to show you. So during this thing, I told him that we turned him over, that his life is only going to get harder. And he kept insulting me. At the end, I mean, to the point where he's like, this guy should be executed. I think I actually did. Let me see if I can find the part where he's talking. Because he let it play for like 3 hours after the fact.
Named Perry.
Here we go.
Okay. Whoever commits sin, not know us, because it did not know him. Beloved, now are we children. The guy's a piece of absolute, complete shit. That's all he is. Shit.
Okay, is this where he goes blank?
Yeah.
There was a spot where he got really nasty and he said I should be executed.
Whoever does not practice righteousness is not of God.
Exactly.
Nor brother. Gee, I wonder. The guy's an absolute, complete piece of fucking garbage.
Yeah, that's all he talks. That's all he says about him.
He should be shot dead.
There it is.
Put out of his fucking misery.
Pay attention, listen.
He should be shot dead. Put out of his fucking misery, man. The guy's a piece of absolute, complete shit. That's all he is.
One more time.
Shit, fucking garbage. He should be shot dead. Put out of his fucking misery, man. The guy's a piece of absolute, complete shit.
So now, this is how Nick really feels about me. He said I should be shot dead, I should be executed, I'm a piece of fucking garbage, piece of shit, child abuser, lock my kids in the basement, all these different things. You won't hear me talk about him like that. I'll just simply state, this is what's going on, this is what it is. This is why I absolutely do love Nick. And I know the people that know me, that know what I know, they love him too. And what he's going through, he did it to himself. First and foremost, he absolutely did it to himself. And, we played our role, I'm sure, and we don't take that back. I'm never going to take that back. The only way I would ever take it back is if Nick let go and became a believer. For real. Like the real kind, like I could confirm him kind. And I don't think that's ever going to happen because Nick won't let go of sin. So that being said, before we get into this video, I do want to clarify that very, first and foremost, this is what it is about. You're not getting out of this. I don't care who you are. 1 John chapter 3, verse 8. He that committeth sin is of the devil, for the devil sinneth from the beginning, period. There is no other verse that changes this verse. There's no other verse in the Bible that makes this one go away. There's no other verse in the Bible that tells you that you can still sin and be a believer. There's no verse. None. Zero. Whoever sins is of the devil, period. And you have to understand that because that's the truth. Whoever sins, it doesn't matter who it is. That means that right now, whoever you are, if you still sin, or if you're a believer and you're surrounded by your family, means everybody around you that still sins is possessed to some level with that spirit, that evil, that the spirit that works in the children of disobedience, the devil. He that committeth sin is of the devil, for the devil sinneth from the beginning. For this purpose the Son of God was manifested, that he might destroy the works of the devil. Might, because you actually have to believe in him for it to work. And to believe in him, to believe in Jesus, you got to believe he destroyed the works of the devil. It means you got to believe he destroyed sin. Sin doesn't exist. If you believe sin exists, then you're of the devil. Sin only exists for the people that believe it does. The only people that it will be, it's the unbelievers. Anybody with the knowledge of good and evil, you're done. You're just done. Real believers cannot sin. Whosoever is born of God doth not commit sin, for his seed remaineth in him, and he cannot sin because he's born of God. Here is the difference between a real believer and a fake one. Fake believers still sin. They still serve the devil. Real believers can't sin. They know better. They know there is no sin. They know Jesus reconciled all things. Nick is a fake. And he's very mad at me. He's very angry at me. He's blaming all of his problems on me. But what I'm going to show you is that he's got nobody to blame but himself. So we're going to do a review on the video that he did this morning. We're going to do a timeline on it and show you the viewers, show you the people, show Nick. So hopefully when he watches this, he'll see he's caught. And at the end of the day, I just hope his wife's okay. That's my only hope in the whole thing. A lot of people are saying a lot of things after seeing that video. It doesn't look really good on Nick. I'm not going to lie. At the end of the video, you're left wondering if he killed his wife. That's the question everybody's asking is, did he fucking kill her? Did he kill her? Because and I'm going to give you the timeline. There's the timeline. So we just went over his channel 4 days ago. I was on there. This was the video. Melvin was there. I told him the same thing that day. And that was 4 days ago, 5 days ago now. Right? 4 or 5 days ago now. I told him that if he didn't listen, he was going to lose it all. I told him it is on that video. Told him if you don't listen, you're going to lose it all. Told him it's only going to get worse. And it gets kind of weird because, no offense to you guys, and I'm sure you understand. I've been doing this for 3.5 years, and you guys, everybody in here, whether you're a sinner or a saint, it doesn't matter. You guys have all seen me get lit up. You guys see me get ridiculed, shamed, made fun of, mocked, harassed. You guys see, do I think he killed his wife? Ooh, that's a good question, man. To be honest, we're going to get a little bit deeper into that later because the question isn't, do I believe that he could? The question would be, do I believe that he did? And we'll get into that later. But you guys have all seen the ridicule, the shame, the mockery, the people that came in here, on Proverbs, the night we did Proverbs, Thursday night, right? Last night, people coming into the comments, literally changing their YouTube name in mockery of our channel, right? They parody the gay preacher or whatever the fuck, or I've seen some pretty funny ones. I'm not gonna lie, I've seen some pretty funny ones, but you guys have seen it, and the amount of effort and time that I've put into Nick, the amount of money, the amount of the amount of fuckery that I've put up with out of him and out of his channel and out of the people that are on his channel. Looking at the title of this video that he did, is it Perry the shit talking child abusing fuck? Last night at about 11:30, right before bed, right before I was ready to finally go to bed, I was talking to God about it. I was reading the Bible. Me and Tim V actually did a Bible study. We did Zephaniah last night. And right after that, I hung up with Tim and I was looking at this video and looking at this title and talking to God about it. And I'm like, you know, man, like I've been through a lot in the last 3 years. I'm going through a lot now, my own self. I don't worry about anything because I know I'm covered. I know how it all works out in the end. But I actually went so far as to ask my group, because looking at that, just, it's offensive. It hurts my feelings. It hurts my kids. Like, my kids are like, what the fuck? My wife is just like, what the fuck, you know? And it takes a toll on you sometimes to be harassed and mocked and shit on the way it happens to us. And so I talked to God about it, and I asked my group, I was like, yo, can you guys flag this video to get him to take it down? Because I personally don't like seeing my name like that. I'm not a child abuser. I'm not any of the things he accuses me of. Why do I gotta look at that? That's just fucked up. But I never thought in a million years that 6 hours later, 7 hours, 8 hours later, I would wake up and find out that Nick got fucked up. And so I look at that, for me, it's like, I know God's listening. I don't rejoice in that. I just know that, God, I told Nick on that show, the one that's on the screen right now, I told him, you're offending me, and it would be better for you to have a millstone tied around your neck than to keep running your mouth, dude. And he kept running his mouth, knowing that we surrendered his ass a year ago, knowing that, just knowing what he knows. He knows I'm not lying to him. He's just fucking being stupid. I mean, he got what he had coming within 6 hours of me talking to God about it. And I don't feel bad for him. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. I didn't really wish that on him. I was kind of surprised my own self. But to give you the timeline, on the beginning of all this, we're half an hour in. I want to get to the video. But so you got September 30th. I talked, even in the group, we talked about having to turn him over. Then you got this video a few days ago that I did with him, in which, in that video, I told him it would be better to have a millstone tied around your neck than to offend a believer. And for anybody that reads those verses, you got to understand, Jesus wasn't talking about kids. He was talking about believers. It's Matthew chapter 18. I'm going to go there real quick before we pop this video up. Matthew chapter 18. The first few verses. And I'm going to tie this whole video from this morning into the Bible for the most part, so you guys know. So I hope you brought your Bibles so you can see how I do this with people. You'll understand. Matthew chapter 18, verse 1. At the same time, came the disciples unto Jesus. So the disciples is who he's talking to and about. At the same time came the disciples unto Jesus, saying, who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven? And Jesus called a little child unto him and set him in the midst of him, and said, verily I say unto you, except you be converted. So except you be converted, you have to be a full convert. You have to be converted and become as little children. As little children. It doesn't mean you become a child. It means you become as a child, not knowing good and evil. Just trusting him blindly, right? Except you be converted and become as little children, you shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven, right? So he said, whosoever therefore shall humble himself as this little child. Jesus isn't saying that the child's getting into heaven. Jesus is saying you have to be converted and become like a child to get into heaven. So he says, whosoever therefore shall humble himself as this little child the same is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. And whoso shall receive one such little child, okay, being the converted believer who is as a child, is now a child of God, right? So you have to be converted. You have to be a believer. You have to become as a little child. Then you become a child of God. And whoso shall receive one such little child. So he's not talking about the little child at this point. He's talking about the believer, the converted believer, who became as a little child. That is the child in his eyes. And whoso shall receive one such little child, in my name receiveth me. But whoso shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me. See, there's the key there. One of the little ones that believe in him. He's not talking about little kids in general. He's talking about believers. But whoso shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck and that he were drowned in the depth of the sea. And this is what I was telling Nick, and he didn't listen. He don't listen. And he offended the fuck out of me. He offended the fuck out of our group. He offended the fuck out of my wife. He offended my fucking kids. And I warned him. Fucking warned him. I don't know how many times now. I don't know how many times. All of us, we've all warned him. So, and I told him in that video that it would be better for him to have a millstone tied around his neck than to keep running his mouth about me. And that was 4 days ago. And then last night, timeline going, right? Last night at about midnight, I had a conversation with God, and I woke up to find out what I found out this morning. So without further ado, we're going to get into this. This is brutal, man. It's really brutal. He did it to himself, though. I mean, there's no way around that. Yeah, this dumbass left the video up here, so. Now, I would like to point out before we get into this that from the onset, from the jump, this entire video sounds like he was trying to build kind of an alibi, almost like an alibi. Like he's trying to build his story up with his subs and to have something to go back to later to say, like, see, officer, you know, I was here. But I'll point out some things to you and let you guys make up your own mind. Just so you guys know, in no way, shape, or form am I any kind of a forensic scientist. I do not practice law. I am not giving a professional opinion. I'm giving my humble opinion as a human being who's been through all the things that I've been through in my life. I was a car salesman for 11 years. I have studied psychology extensively. I've studied law. I've watched thousands and thousands of hours of forensic interrogation analysis, watching people be put into a corner and exposed and how to bring that out of them. Like, just an insane amount. I've been to jail my fair share of times. I've been interrogated, I don't know how many times in my life. I'm well aware of their tactics, their methods, especially the read method, which is what detectives use. Very familiar with these things and dealing with people. So what I'm giving you, in my opinion, is a professional opinion, but it is just that. It is only opinion. I'm not accusing Nick of anything. I want to make that very, very clear. I'm not like him. I'm not going to falsely accuse him. I'm not accusing him. I am simply going to state my logic and show you how to do what I'm about to do. So this should be good. I mean, it really should be good. I'm going to press play for a minute, and then I'm really hoping, I need you guys to let me know if you can actually hear it. So,
guys,
can you guys hear it?
I'm so fucking terrified.
I need to know.
I can't stop crying. I'm so scared. You do.
Okay. You hear it loud and clear, though?
You don't get it.
I don't want to spend an hour and a half up here if it's going to be
Nobody
quiet.
gets it. don't understand.
So this is the start. He starts out blank. Awesome.
Me.
So he starts out blank. He's crying.
So terrifying.
Now, I want to point out here that he's saying it's terrifying, right? And I want you to write this down. He's afraid. He said he's terrified. Okay? There's a couple of reasons that could be, and you got to wonder about that. Why would he be terrified? Right? Why would Nick be terrified? This is my question. And I'm going to explore this further on down the road as we go through it. So what are we at? Timestamp, 56 seconds. 56 seconds. Terrified. And he repeats it several times, over and over and over.
I'm so terrified.
To me, this does not sound like somebody who's genuinely crying. It sounds like somebody who's mad at themselves.
My wife is missing.
Now, he said something interesting there. A minute and 29 seconds in, he says his wife is missing. I mean, it's not really how you want to start a fucking video, man, if you ask me. Especially after saying you're terrified. You're terrified your wife is missing. Two things. Let's keep going.
I don't know what to do. I'm exposing people.
Now he said he's exposing people.
I just got in a fight at 7-Eleven and I punched someone in the face about 18 fucking times.
Okay. So now here comes the 7-Eleven Slurpee Slayer. All right. So you've got three things. His wife is missing. He's terrified. Got into a fight at 7-Eleven. Now, on the surface, it's possible. But let's keep listening.
And he bit my fucking finger and he was wearing a fucking Illuminati ring.
Okay. One, if you know what time he did this at, so for me it was 9:30 this morning. For Nick it would have been 7:30 in the morning. Nick said that this happened hours before, hours and hours. Actually, there's two different time. He gives two different time frames throughout this entire video on when this would have happened. He said this happened hours and hours ago, and then at one point he said it happened just a couple hours before this. Both times would have put it nighttime at 7-Eleven. So how Nick would see that he had an Illuminati ring? No, it's not even possible. Especially if you're just walking up and walking past, right? You wouldn't even notice that. So, and I have found that during interrogations, during confessions, we'll say confessions, when somebody just initially walks into a police department, yeah, go ahead. When somebody just initially walks into a police department and the cops sit them down and say, we want to ask you a few questions, and they tell their side of the story, the guilty person will always give out details that are irrelevant, small details that make no sense, that have no part of the story, that mean nothing, to make themselves sound credible. And I believe this detail to be exactly that. And you'll find out why later on.
Okay. This shit's real. And I'm scared. My wife on there. My wife on there. Scared.
Shit is real. I'm scared.
My wife on there.
I can understand. It sounds like he said, I haven't been in my life all day.
I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
I'm terrified.
And again, terrified.
I'm absolutely terrified.
Well, why? Now, my thing is, why would he be scared? Yeah, there's no reason as to why he would be scared yet.
I don't know. I need help. I've never experienced
And then he goes silent for a while. He said he doesn't know what to do. He needs help. Help with what? What did don't know what to do with what? Those are the two questions that I want answered. And you never get the answer throughout this whole thing. So let's skip up a little bit. Sorry guys, I'm not watching. I'm not saying you did kill his wife. What the fuck is wrong with you? This is what happens when you jump into the middle of a conversation that you weren't here for. Keep your nose where it belongs. It's on your face.
I am terrified beyond fucking belief. Okay? I am terrified. I am fucking terrified. Nobody cares.
So why would he be terrified?
Nobody cares.
That's my question. That is my question out of all of this in the beginning 5 minutes of this is why would he be terrified? What is scaring him? Keep going.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. You guys gotta get the word out there. You gotta donate. You gotta spread the money. You gotta help me grow powerful.
Okay, so let's stop and look at those three statements. You got to spread the word, or you got to get the word out there. You got to donate. So according to Nick, he's terrified, so you got to donate. You got to donate. What does that sound like to you? Does that sound like he gives a fuck about his viewers? Or does he just want one thing from them? What's the timestamp on that? 4:45. Okay. You got to donate. You got to spread the word. You got to help him become powerful. I can't even believe I'm writing that shit down. But it speaks to the mind frame. I want you to pay attention to this. So in the beginning of this, he sounds like he's just coming out of a daze. He sounds like, now we all know, I don't know who watched it the other day. I forgot about that part of the little timeline here, man. Before the video that I was on with him the other day, what happened is Nick fell asleep sucking a tinfoil. I have the recordings. There's a few other people that have the recordings of him arguing with his wife. And it was a pretty serious argument. I mean, he accused her of hiding his drugs, but he was caught, red fucking handed, sucking a foilie, through a straw. And that's Nick's thing. Heroin is his thing. That's what he always does. I've got messages from him saying he's got a drug problem. And even in the video that he did, with me, he said he has a drug problem. And I'm not knocking him for that, right? It just is what it is. I'm not knocking him for that. And I don't judge him for it, but he did say he has a drug problem. So he did get caught red-handed by, I don't know, like a solid 100 people. We all heard the foilie. We all heard him the lighter. We all heard him sucking through a straw. We all heard the inhale. We all heard the exhale. We all heard him pass out. We all heard him come to. And I'm going to tell you right now, for the years that I've been dealing with Nick, every time he does that, this is what he sounds like when he comes to. And I want you to pay attention to Nick in the beginning of the video, his slurred speech, the way he articulates himself. Pay attention to these details because he comes out of this haze about halfway through the video. He starts becoming more coherent. Things start becoming a reality for him. And this is it just is what it is. So I want you to pay attention to the slurred words, all that, as we go through this.
This has to end. We have to do something about this. I'm nothing. I'm nobody. I make $100 a month off my YouTube channel. What am I supposed to do?
Now, there was that thing that I told you about where he said he makes only $100 a month off YouTube. Yet 3 days before that, he told me he got a $1,500. 4 days before that, he told me he got a $1,500 super chat from somebody. He gets super chats all the time. His viewers, I am amazed at sometimes at that people actually do give him money. Like they do feel bad for him. They do, and that's where it kind of comes in. Like, do they do it because they like the content, or do they do it because they feel bad for him? It doesn't matter. He's making more than $100 a month from YouTube. So again, going back up to the part where he said you gotta donate, right? Which is at 4:45, 4 minutes 45 seconds. He said you gotta donate. He's placating. He's playing back to that to make you feel bad for him. So I want you to realize at this point that the tears aren't real. The tears aren't real. It's all to make you feel bad for him. I don't think he's doing it on purpose.
What am I supposed to do? I'm going to show you guys something.
I will also say this. The first comment that was left on this video, whoever it was, told him, go get a job. What are you supposed to do? Go get a job. So, I mean, I don't judge him. You're going to do what you do, but he makes more than $100 a month off YouTube. It's not our fault. It's not his viewers' fault that he blows that money on drugs. It's just not. It's nobody's fault but his own. So all this is to make you feel bad so that you will donate. And he's made that very clear within the first 5 minutes of this video that that's what he wants you to do.
Okay? I don't want to chat with you. Fuck off. Go away.
That was somebody in the comments that made a comment about it.
Fuck off. Okay. Let me plug in my speakers so there's no echo. I'm so terrified. I don't know where my wife is.
He's so terrified. He's crying. But his focus is to find his headphones so there is no echo so that you could listen to him so he could ask you to give him money. The tears are fake, people. This is what I'm trying to show you. Just watch. And then listen to what he says. And pay attention to this because this is huge.
I'm so terrified. I don't know where my wife is.
I don't know where my wife is. Okay, so mark that. And I'm dead ass serious. If you're doing this with me, mark that. I don't know where my wife is. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck. Like, even if I don't know where my wife is actually at, right, throughout the day, like she might be in between work and home. She might be at the store. I mean, I know exactly what store or where she's at, but I know where the fuck she is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know anybody that doesn't know. I mean, and if you don't know where your spouse is, you know, just in this situation, it doesn't make sense.
I'm so terrified.
So, and he keeps coupling those two things together. I want you to pay attention to that. He keeps coupling those. He's terrified. He doesn't know where his wife is.
I don't know what I'm gonna do, man.
And then I don't know what I'm gonna do. See how that goes? And they all go together. Doesn't know where the wife is. He's terrified. Doesn't know what he's gonna do. Why?
Some guy at 7-Eleven.
And now, look at that. Look at the fucking instant blame on the imagination with the bullshit details. Instant deflect. Now, this is where I'm showing you that this entire video to me just looks like he's trying to build a story. He's trying to build, I mean, that's exactly what it is. He's trying to build a story. That's what it sounds like to me. I don't know about you. I'm not accusing him of anything. I'm just saying that's what it sounds like. He's trying to build a story. It's fucking weird how it's boom, boom, boom.
I don't know what I'm gonna do, man. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know. Some guy at 7-Eleven He tried to attack me, and I fucking punched him in the head 18 fucking times, and I put him in a fucking chokehold, and he fucking bit my fucking finger. You want to see?
Okay, so now we're gonna start getting into the other shit. Okay, so notice how all these things always go together. Even in the beginning, he's terrified. His wife is missing. Got 56 seconds in, 129. Got into a fight. Instant 7-Eleven at 2 minutes in. So within 15 seconds last time, right? Well, within a minute and 15 seconds, he's terrified. His wife is missing. Got into a fight at 7-Eleven. 6, 7, 8, and 9. I don't know where my wife is. At 5 minutes and 40 seconds. By 6 minutes and 30 seconds, so another minute. I don't know where my wife is. He's terrified, doesn't know what to do. Got into a fight with a guy at 7-Eleven. Notice how it's that same cycle. Boom, 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 boom. But it always ends with that same guy at 7-Eleven. Let's just keep going.
I'll show you. I'll fucking show you.
And then the reveal.
Look at my eye.
And I got to tell you, man, when I saw this, I
Look
was like,
at my
holy
eye.
shit. So
Look at my eye.
that's not real, dude. That's not real tears, man. There's no tears on his face.
This
There's no
guy
tears in his
pushed
eyes.
me.
Now look, here comes the story build. This guy
And
pushed
I'm
me.
not one to fucking. I'm not a fucking.
And now here comes the confidence. Here comes the fucking, well, I'm Nick and raw, and I'm tough. He's not tough. That's one thing I know about Nick. He's not tough. No matter how much he tries to sell himself as this big tough guy, he's not. He's not. Now, I'm not gonna say that doesn't mean he couldn't be a violent human being. I have every reason to believe that he is. I have personally heard him multiple times threaten his wife. I've personally been threatened by Nick, right? I've heard him talk violent shit to people. I have no doubt in my mind that Nick is a violent person, but he's just not a tough guy. He's just not a tough guy. So what you're about to see here is Nick trying to sell himself as being tough. I don't know what really happened, and I wasn't there, but I'm going to tell you right now that this is to save face.
Bitch. You're gonna fucking push me. You're gonna get your ass fucked up. Okay? I put him in a chokehold and I fucking smashed his fucking face in about 18 times.
Now, this is very important. This is the second time that he's mentioned that he hit him 18 times. Whoever he hit, he's saying he hit him about 18 times. So, one, if you know Nick, he will exaggerate. So you got to figure maybe 10 or 11. All right? But this is the second time he said he hit somebody 18 times. And this is very important for you to remember. I want you to remember the chokehold. I put him in a chokehold. Put him in a chokehold. This means even if he got into a fight with a guy, which I will tell you this, I do not believe he got into a fight with a dude. Not even close. But if he got into a fight with a dude and he did put him in a chokehold, now I believe the chokehold. I believe that there was a chokehold. I just don't believe it was with a guy. So if he put him in a chokehold, his arm would be fully around his neck, or around his shoulders. His hands would be nowhere near the guy's mouth. Period. If you've got one arm around his neck and you're drilling him, boom, 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 how does his ring finger get caught in the guy's mouth? It doesn't. It's not even logically possible on any level, on any planet, even on the ground. If they went backwards, because Nick said he got him from the rear. If he got him in a chokehold from the rear and he went to pull him down, if they went down backwards, there's still no way that his finger would have ended up in that guy's mouth. It's not possible. I've tried to, Pam. He doesn't talk to me. He doesn't listen. So, and the reason we're doing this is because my name got brought up in this. And, you know, my thing, I've told him 1,000 times, leave my name out your mouth. Now, my name got brought into this, and if something serious did happen, if something serious is going on, and it gets brought up later, I'm making sure I'm ahead of the curve on this. So, it just is what it is.
Times. Look what he did to my finger.
There's that. Okay? So, let's listen to this. One more time.
You're gonna fucking push me. You're gonna get your ass fucked up. Okay? I put him in a chokehold and I fucking smashed his fucking face in about 18 times. Look what he did to my finger.
Boom. Now,
Look
at the bite mark.
at my fucking finger.
I mean, That's fucking nasty. I don't care who you are. That's nasty. All right. So you've got the incision going along this side. Here, I'll draw it on my own finger. On this thing. So you have the incision going on his finger along here. All right. And the nail is smashed. That is black. That nail's coming off. And if you look up at the top in another frame, let's see if it shows.
Look at it.
I also want you to notice
Look what
something.
he did to my
I want
finger.
you to notice all the dirt. And I'm not saying he's dirty or anything. I'm just saying pay attention here. See all the dried blood on his pointer finger? Look at all that dried blood. Now the dried blood still being on his hand tells me one thing. He fell asleep after this happened. Nick passed out after this happened. He may have passed out in his house because my personal opinion, this happened in his house. It did not happen at 7-Eleven. It happened in his house. All that dried blood, you'll see it on his thumb too. You see all the dirt under his nails, all the blood on his other finger, right? And look at, you can see the nail on the freeze frame right here. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse or not, but on the frame right here, you can see his finger's fucking smashed. His finger's fucked. That's fucked. Like, that's fucked up. So I got to thinking, and I'm like, man, you know, dude, I've been in like 100 and some odd fights. Never once has that happened. Ever. And I've been in some serious shit, like life or death type of fucking, you need to move type of, like, get the fuck out of here and get the fuck away type of shit. That would not happen if it was two dudes in a fight. That would never happen. There's only one way that happens, okay? And there's two ways that could happen. There's only one way it happens, and there's only two ways that could happen. One, Nick put his hand over somebody's mouth, and they got his finger. Okay, now everybody watching this right now, if you don't believe what I'm telling you, I got an experiment for you. I want you to take, okay, so I have the mark on this one right here. I want you to take your hand, put it over your mouth, and then bite down on your ring finger hard enough to leave a mark. And you're going to see that those marks line up with that incision. That is the only fucking way that happened. And with it being so prominent on this side of his hand, right here, on this side, on the bottom side of his ring, chances are he was holding her mouth, or his mouth, whoever it was. He would have had them pinned down on the ground, and it would have been over their mouth. That is the only way he's going to sustain that injury. That's it. There's no other way that happens. And he's not lying about it being a bite. So, I mean, if he would have came up and said, I got my finger smashed with a hammer, if he would have said, oh, I got caught in a car door, if he would have said something along those lines, I would have believed it. But he's not lying. He did get bit. And he got bit. How he got bit, he is lying about. Because if you had the guy in a chokehold, his hand isn't going to be anywhere near the guy's mouth. Neither of them. Because you're going to be drilling the guy. He's going to have his hand over here. There's not going to be any, that's not going to happen. That happens because he was trying to silence somebody or pin them down, and they bit the fuck out of his finger. So I'm just going to tell you that's what it, and all the dried blood tells me he fell asleep. He woke up. The first thing he did when he wake up, because you can hear him coming out of the haze, right? And we all heard this the other day on his live stream when he was fucking sucking foilies. We all heard what he sounds like when he comes out of a stupor, right? When he comes back from nodding off. He woke up, and the first thing he did was go live. Because he knew something's fucked up, and that's why he was terrified. I'm terrified, I'm terrified, I'm terrified, I'm terrified. Can you donate? Can you donate? Because, you know, let the dice fall where they may. But I'm telling you, that laceration on his finger could, from a bite mark, could only be because he had his hand over somebody's mouth. And chances are it was from the front. So like right now, if you were looking at me eye to eye and I were to grab the back of your head with my right hand and put my left hand over your mouth, then you could do that to me. Your top teeth would go right in and it would create this exact incision. There's no other way.
He bit my fucking finger, man. No, he's fucking scared of me. I kicked the fucking living shit out of him.
So now Nick says that the guy, whoever this was, is scared of him. So notice finger at 8 minutes and 3 seconds in.
You should see the other guy. I hit him in the face 18 times, dude. 18 fucking times I hit him in his face.
Now, Nick claims to be a Christian. And all things are reconciled. I know that, right? If I were to climb into a ring with somebody, it's no different. If I were to get into a fight in the street with somebody, it's no different. I'm going to defend myself, right? I'm not going to fault him for defending himself if his story is true. But pay attention. Nick claims to be a Christian. He says he's all loving. He's all, and all these things that we all know he's not.
Watch. I could have stomped his head in on the ice. Okay? I was a bigger man. And I picked him up off the ice. And I said, here, you want to get picked up off the ice? Here. Because I could have crushed his fucking skull in.
Now, this poses an issue for me. I've seen enough domestic violence. I've seen enough fights. I've seen enough court cases. I've seen enough. I've just seen enough to know what he's doing now is an indication to me that he did not get into a fight with a guy, because if it was a guy, he would not be peacocking the way that he is right now. And what he's doing, if you notice, he keeps talking about his wife is missing, he just wants his wife, and he's going to go through this whole thing doing that same thing over and over. He's peacocking. You don't really, I mean, I don't see him doing that after an altercation for what he had. To me, again, this is my personal opinion. I'm not accusing him, not anything. If I was a betting man, I would say that he's hoping that his wife is watching that stream. He's hoping that she sees it. And he's trying to use this story to show her that him not caving her fucking head in was a favor to her. Like, this is Nick still trying to play the good guy. Even if it was a dude that he got into a fight with, notice how he is still virtue signaling to himself, right? He's talking about pummeling somebody, and he's going to try and say that he did him a favor. Watch. Just watch. This is fucked up.
You want to get picked up off the ice?
Virtue signal. He's trying to make himself. He's trying to sell himself as a good guy.
Because I could have crushed his fucking skull in. Because there's ice all over the place, man. And when I put that piece of shit in that chokehold, and when I fucking fed him shot after fucking shot after fucking shot.
Does that sound like somebody who loves people? No. It doesn't.
Over and over and over.
And look at the look in his eyes.
That's when he did this to me. That's when he bit me like a fucking bitch. Because he knew he was about to get knocked unconscious. I don't fuck around. Okay?
Watch his eyes.
I don't fuck around.
Look at that. That's possession. That's possession. Look at that look in his eyes. How they go. Look at that. Right there. Boom. Look at the hate. That's hatred. That's pure hate.
Fuck around.
He's going to make a really interesting comment here in a little bit, in a minute.
Yeah. Good idea.
Now, somebody in the comments had told him, look, dude, your finger's going to swell up. You need to take your wedding ring off, because if your finger swells up, the ring will cut off the circulation. You'll end up losing the finger. Now, he talks about he's worried about his wife. He misses his wife, right? His wife is missing, all these different things. Watch how he talks about his wedding ring.
I better take this ring off my finger right fucking now. I'm cutting my fucking wedding ring. fucking piece of shit.
Look at that.
Fucking cock-sucking piece of shit. Fucking bite my finger. You fucking...
Now, notice the correlation, how he himself correlated his wedding ring to the person that bit him. Do you see that? Did you see it? Listen carefully. I'm fucking telling you. Every detail matters. Watch. He did it without even knowing he's doing it.
Wedding ring. Fucking piece of shit. Fucking cock-sucking piece of shit. Fucking bite my finger.
Hang on. I forgot the ring part.
I'm cutting my fucking wedding ring. Fucking piece of shit.
Cutting the wedding ring. The wedding ring's a piece of shit. Watch.
Fucking cock-sucking piece of shit. Fucking bite my finger.
He's correlating the ring with whoever it was that bit him. He doesn't even realize he's doing it.
Fucking piece of shit. You fucking cock-sucking piece of shit. I'll be right back. I'm going to get some soap so I can take my fucking ring off. Motherfucker. Fucking dirty ass motherfucker.
Now listen to the background. Why don't you be my fucking lawyer if you're an actual lawyer? Why don't you come out of the fucking shadows and actually talk to me? Because regardless to your religion, I need a fucking attorney. I need one on payroll at all times.
Get off, you fuck.
I do pretty good on my own, but damn. I'm just kidding. But either way, did you guys catch that? Do you see what I saw? Do you see how he correlates the wedding ring with the person that bit him? How do you do that unless the person that bit you is the person that you're married to? It doesn't work. He did that. That's subconscious. Like you can't fake. A detective would fucking wet his jeans over something like that. And to be very clear, again, I'm not accusing Nick of killing his wife. I do not think he did. To answer everybody's question earlier, I do not think he did. I think she got out. That's what I think. I think it got ugly. I think it's a fucking, probably a very horrendous domestic mess. I know Canada's laws are a lot different than here. I know their jails operate a lot different. But, I mean, there's no way he got bit like that and was still able to restrain her. I mean, there's just no fucking way. Whoever did that smashed his fucking finger. But, and the reason why I will say that I do 100% believe this to be a domestic matter between him and his wife. And the reason is because if this happened at a 7-Eleven, right? The 7-Elevens in Canada, most of them, I looked, there's 346, like 340 something 7-Elevens in Canada. I looked, 99% of them are open 24 hours. And when we start getting into the time frame, when Nick starts laying out a time frame for everything, which he does 2 different times, he lays out a time frame for it. When it would have happened, you got to remember that this right now, what we're watching, we're 11 minutes in, would have been at 7:45 in the morning for him. 7:45 in the morning for him. And he says it would have happened hours ago, so it would have been at night. In Canada, there would have been a cashier. There would have been somebody at the store. There would be cameras. There would have been, with injuries sustained, like what Nick's got, that finger, and the story that he's telling, somebody would have called the police. There would have been a police report. Nick would have had to get checked out by an ambulance or doctors or something. There's no way that he would have walked away, gone back to his apartment without that happening. There's just no way. And if Nick's story is true, Nick would have had nothing to hide if the police got called. So Nick would have no reason to run. Nick would have no reason to leave the scene. Nick would have no reason not to be like, hey, that's the guy. Nick would have no reason to let his finger get infected the way he's doing right now by not seeking medical help, right? A human bite is the worst bite you can sustain, hands down. There's more germs in the human mouth than in anything else on earth. That's a nasty ass fucking bite. There would have been police. There would have been cameras. There would have been. He would have, if his story was true, he would have got up there bragging and being like, "See the papers? I just got out of the hospital and this happened. I need your money for XYZ." But he didn't, because his story's bullshit. And we're going to keep going. I told you, we're going very in depth to this, and I want you to understand.
There we go. I'm fucking mad, dude.
So now
I want to fucking find that guy, and I want to fucking rip his fucking tongue out of his fucking throat.
No forgiveness.
That's what I want to fucking do. That
All them
dirty, rotten, stinking, fucking cock-sucking government agent piece of shit.
Now he suggests that the guy is a government agent. Okay. So I want you to understand just how far-fetched this story really is. It's out there. It's out there. And all he wants is you guys to believe it. Because he does not want you to see him for what he really is. Here, listen to it again, because it's fucking priceless.
Stinking, fucking cock-sucking government agent piece of shit.
Can't even.
Motherfucker.
And now you can see he's starting to come out of the stupor.
There. Okay.
Look at that.
Okay.
Dude,
the fucking ring
finger
is off the finger.
Look at his finger. Why would you not go get that checked out? Okay, good. I'm not deleting it. What do I have to delete it for? I was very clear in the beginning. I'm not accusing him of anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm just stating the facts and showing you the holes in his story and going by my opinion on what makes more sense to me. I mean, it's just my opinion. I live in America. I'm allowed to have one.
Use dish soap.
Look at that.
To fucking get it off my wedding ring. Okay? This fucking little punch on my eye, that's fucking nothing compared to what I did to him. I had him in a fucking chokehold, and I was fucking feeding him shot after shot after shot after fucking shot. My knuckles are fucking...
His knuckles are bruised.
Swollen.
They're bruised. They're not swollen. They're bruised.
I could have ended his fucking whole shit right there, man.
Now, this right there, that right there makes me think that he did not kill his wife. Even if it was his wife that he got into it with, that comment right there makes me think he didn't kill her. Right? She got away. She definitely got away. Because I could have, and then remember earlier when he was like trying to make it sound like he did a favor for whoever it was. He's like, I could have crushed you. I could have fucking stomped your head into the ice. Right? Or could have caved your skull in. That's what he said. Could have caved your skull in. Now he's saying that, I'll just replay it.
Could have ended his fucking whole shit right there.
Could have ended his whole shit right there. And there's two things about this that make me queasy. One, if it is a domestic issue, which in my opinion, my experience, what I've seen in life is that's exactly what this is that the guy is actually the wife in this situation. In the situation, in my opinion, that I think it is, I think it's actually the wife. So that makes me kind of sick to my stomach. Like that's, if this actually happened, which, I mean, clearly something happened because his face is fucking, his eye is swollen shut and his finger is fucking smashed. Something happened. So no matter how you look at it, if this was the wife and not this imaginary guy he's talking about from 7-Eleven, then this is what he did to his wife. What he's telling you right here would be the truth. But it's mixed with a lie because he doesn't want you to see him for what he is. And I'm not saying he is lying. I'm not saying he isn't. I'm being very clear about that. I'm just speculating and going from the 3 years that I've known Nick, my experiences with him. Yeah, I just, you'll see. As we go on, you're going to understand why I feel the way that I do.
I'm done.
Not Bargy. I love you.
I'm telling you, I'm a warrior for Christ. If any of these pieces of shit come at me again, I'm gonna fucking kill them. I have a firearms license.
Now he's threatening somebody. He's threatening somebody with guns, with gun violence. Keep that in mind.
And I have it for a fucking reason. You don't fucking threaten my life. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking dirty piece of shit. And that's not the worst part. I don't know where my wife is. I can't get a hold of my wife. My phone's not working. My phone's broken.
Okay, pay attention. Don't know where my wife is. Don't know where wife is. GKWWI. That's 14:04. 14 minutes in. Doesn't know where wife is. Now, 2 things he says after that. Write these down. Phone broken. Very important thing. Why would his phone be broken? And he's going to tell you later. He's going to let slip. And when he lets slip on why his phone is broke, he's really letting slip on why his eye is swollen shut.
I don't know where my wife is. I can't get a hold of my wife. My phone's not working. My phone's broken. She took the fucking SIM card and I don't...
Boom. Wife took the SIM card. Wife took SIM card. Why? Why did she take the SIM card? 14:07. Why is she gone? Why did she take the SIM card? Phone's broke. Why? There's only one fucking explanation. They had a fight. She's sick of him doing drugs. We all heard this the other day. Everybody that knows him watched that stream the other day live, 4 hours long, where he woke up, and I have it recorded. Nick can't sue me for what I'm saying at all. I can sue Nick for saying I locked my kids in the basement. Who the fuck? Nick can't sue me for this, and I'm not calling him names. I'm not falsely accusing him. I'm just simply speculating and seeing if his story lines up, and his story just doesn't line up. There's better explanations for his story than he's giving that actually make sense. His does not make any sense. His wife is missing, his phone is broken, and his SIM card is gone. She took his SIM card. Wife's missing, SIM card's gone. He can't use it. Why? How did he get the black eye? In between, if wife took the SIM card, okay, and there was no fight, then what need did she have to take the SIM card? If there was no argument, if there was no problems, why did she feel a need to take the SIM card? Answer me that. Just answer me that. Give me an answer that makes sense. Why would she take a SIM card with no argument, no problems between the two of them? Why would she take a SIM card? And sometime between the time that she took the SIM card and this moment in time, she took the SIM card, and between then and this moment in time, somehow Nick managed to get fucking rocked? I don't think so. That just makes no sense. That just makes no sense. How did he get to 7-Eleven? What the fuck? Like, if he had no SIM card, how did he call a drug dealer? Right, and we're gonna get even deeper. This is gonna go really deep. These are questions that I'm asking you to ask yourself. And to do this with the people, like, listen, do this with everybody. Every video you ever watch, everybody you ever talk to, do this to me. Do this to me. All my stories, everything that I tell you, do it to me. Sit down and write down everything. Boom, 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 boom. See if the stories line up. That's going to be the difference between me and Nick. Mine will always line up. His does not. Everything that comes out of my mouth about the Bible will line up with the Bible. Everything that comes out of Nick's mouth about the Bible does not line up with the Bible. It's not, this isn't just about what happened with Nick. And I'm not accusing him of anything. I'm just not saying that I think his story is true, because I don't. I think it's an absolute lie. I think it's all fabricated. And I think he told the truth in the process of lying. You just got to find it in the lies. That's it. It's very simple. There's nothing illegal about what I'm doing. There's no slander. There's no libel. There's no nothing. There's no, nope, I did my homework. It is pure speculation. It is not I am not defaming him. I am not lambasting him. I am not falsely accusing him of crimes. Right? I'm not saying he beat his wife. I'm not saying that he killed his wife. I'm not saying any of that. You're just fucking, she took it because she pays for the cell phone. So how would you know that? And okay, so she took it because she pays for the cell phone. But, so she took it and she just up and left. I mean, what would cause her to take that? If she pays for the cell phone and they're married, right, there is no answer. There is no answer, but there is. There really is. There's an answer that makes sense. And it's in here. It's in this video. You're going to find out. Watch.
I don't know how to fucking... My phone's not working. My phone's broken. She took the fucking SIM card, and I don't know how to fucking do SIM cards.
More fake tears. And then he looks at the camera to make sure you guys are... to see if he's believable. To see if his face is believable. Oh, are they buying it? Do I buy it? And then he's looking. See the comments. The SIM card thing's a big deal. Because why would she take the SIM card if they weren't fighting?
I've had enough, dude. I want my wife back.
I want my wife back. Want my wife back. Where'd she go? She's your wife. You should know these things. Now, I will say from personal, from what we heard the other day, there's two things. One thing I didn't tell you yet, and one thing I'm going to tell you now. All right, so one, the other day when he was fucking smoking off the foil and got caught and deleted the video, everybody heard him arguing with his wife. He accused her of hiding his drugs, even though he had just smoked the rest of it, passed out and forgot about it. He accused her of stealing his drugs, and she's like, I just woke up. And then she made a deal with him. He said, I'll quit by the end of January. If I don't, you can divorce me. She said, deal. She was real quick on that, too. And I heard her. She's like, deal. And then I'm not going to name who, but there is somebody that I know from between the date that me and Nick had 4 days ago on his channel, between that video and this one, Nick had butt dialed him. And I'm not going to say who, I'm not going to say what. I'm not going to say what, but I'm not going to say who it was he butt dialed. But there is somebody that Nick did butt dial who overheard Nick threatening to beat his wife's ass. A lot of really nasty things actually were said. And this person heard those things. It was brought to my attention because they knew I was going to do this video tonight. And we're just trying to make sense out of it all. And believe it or not, I mean, the biggest reason I'm doing this is because I care about Nick. I want him to watch this. I want answers from him. I want him to get his shit together. I really would love to see him get his shit together. More than all of that, though, because I don't care what he does. I want him to believe in Jesus. I really want him to really believe in Jesus, to be perfect. I want him to. But that's on Nick. Only Nick can make that decision. At the end of the day, he's probably really close to his rock bottom if he's not there already. And, we're going to find out, man. That's where men are made.
I want these people wiped off the face of the fucking planet Earth.
Okay, so now
I'm back.
Wants his wife back. Right here.
I want my wife back.
See, so I want my wife back. Now, I can think back to every relationship that I've ever been in that has ended, and the ending has been my fault. And I have sat on the floor in my house, wherever I've been, and I've done this exact cry. I want my wife back, or I want my girlfriend back, or I want my partner back. When I say partner, I mean fucking whoever I'm fucking at the time. I'm not gay, I never have been. But this is Nick saying, I want my wife back, which signifies, okay, I'm not knocking him, I'm not mocking him, not any of that, but him saying that signifies that something happened that caused her to leave. Something happened that caused her to leave, and in this moment, that look on his face, he is accepting fault. He is accepting fault in that moment. He won't say why, he won't say none of that, he won't actually admit it, but in his mind, he is accepting fault. That's why he's saying, I want my wife back, because he knows he did something that caused her to leave.
I want my wife back. I want these people wiped off the face of the fucking planet Earth.
And then I want these people wiped off the face of the planet Earth. These people, you're going to find out, he's talking about me. Wiped off Earth.
It's not fair.
It's plenty fair. You reap what you sow, Nick. You reap what you sow.
It's not. I have channel memberships.
And now look at, there it is, man.
If you guys want to join my channel membership and help, you help me. They're cheap. They're only $1.99 a month. I'm not fucking some fraud like Sakari. I don't try and get rich off my own people.
But that's exactly what he's asking you to do. Give me money because my wife is gone and now I have none. Channel membership, more begging. 15, 35.
But this shit needs to stop. We need to come together, okay? We need help.
Now, I've been saying that all along. We need to come together. There has to be a common ground between people. And that common ground, the only way to do it is to go by the Bible. Fucking time's up. Okay, so we do need to come together, but there's only one thing to come together on. If you can't agree with the Bible, if you can't agree with the verses, then you're never going to come together with anybody. That's why there's 50,000 different denominations. That's why there's 5,000 different religions. That's why people of all walks, shapes of life, that's why everybody's divided. The devil's, how did Jesus put it? He said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. A house divided against itself, and a house that is divided, sorry, I'm reading the fucking comments. A house divided against itself cannot stand. And that's what you're seeing in the world. And I'm not just picking on Nick. I'm in the world. If you look around, look, the real truth, I mean, the raw truth is Jesus said, whoever sins is a servant of sin. The Bible says that whoever sins is of the devil. So everybody that sins is of the devil. So now look at the world and look at all the different sinners. Look at Democrats, Republicans, blacks, whites, Mexicans, Americans, fucking Americans, Canadians, Europeans, Australians, Chinese, Japanese. Look at all the different divisions in the world. It's all divided because it's the devil's house, right? Everybody that sins is of the devil, and the devil's house is divided, and it's going to fall. You could walk into any heathen building, and if you're new to the channel, then a heathen building is a church, right? You can walk into any heathen building and ask two people, how can you know for a fact you were saved? And you will never get the same two answers, ever. The only place you're going to find that is on this channel here with the real believers who really preach the truth. Raise my anxiety and make my back pain. Okay. All right, well, adios, freaky. Thanks for coming. Dude, my wife is a badass. I have a perfect marriage, man. I have a perfect marriage. I have a perfect wife because she's a believer. She's a believer. I'm a believer. We both preach the same things, believe the same things. We both love the same things. We both love each other. Perfect. So, all this being said, the devil's house is divided. Nick's like, we all need to come together, but he can't come together. Him and Melvin can't get along on anything. Him and fucking Jew Dave can't get along in anything. They just don't get along in anything. They nothing. There is no. It's cat. Wait, cat? No. Truth I seek? Cat? Really? I was thinking about you today. I was wondering how the fuck you been. Real shit. Real shit. Interesting. Good. Long time no see. Yeah, I know. Never misses one. But to get into all this, I mean, this is really serious shit. We all need to come together. I've been preaching that since I started preaching.
We need to start a crew. And the only way to do that, sadly, nowadays is with funds.
More begging.
You guys pool together funds and I'll meet you. That's a promise. I'll make a promise with you.
Now, I just want you guys to notice the people that are subbed to him, the people that watch him. I want you to just see that through all this, and at the end of this, he says, this was the hardest day of my life. Right? At the end of this, he says, this has been the hardest day of my life, or the worst day of his life. But all he cares about is taking your money. Do you know how fucked up that is? Do you know how fucked up that is? On the worst days of my life, I don't come on YouTube. I don't even talk to the people in the field usually on my really bad days. Man, you were Karina. What? Oh, well, I didn't think you'd go anywhere. Nobody ever goes anywhere. The people that watch my fucking channel, they never leave. I hope Detroit worked out for you. I really do. I did not forget you or your kitties. Hope everything's good.
I swear I will make a promise with you.
I also hope you did not forget
we gotta take these people out
and reconciled all things. I hope you did not forget that.
She didn't dip.
Because you're watching a video right now. Listen, and I want everybody to know this. This is what happens when you reject Christ. What you're watching Nick go through is what happens when you reject Christ. I think it's more like he knows he's probably going to jail, or he knows there's a good possibility that he's going to jail, and he's looking for fucking commissary money. But that's just my opinion.
She is, dude. I was gonna fill the entire.
Okay. Now this.
She didn't dip.
Oh shit.
I will make a promise with you. Promise.
Okay.
I'll make a promise with you.
More begging.
Okay. I swear I will make a promise with you.
And we already know from times past that Nick's
we gotta
promises
take
are no
these
good.
people out. She didn't dip. I don't know where she is, dude.
Okay, so now here becomes a problem. This is actually a real problem with everything else in the story.
I swear I will make a promise with you. We gotta take these people out.
We gotta take these people out. So he's talking about, certain individuals. We'll get there.
She didn't dip.
Now he says she didn't dip. So he's saying his wife didn't leave. Ooh. That kind of poses a problem when he's also saying she's missing. She didn't leave, but she's missing. Do you understand why people feel the way they do about this situation? Does this give you any form of clarity to that on why we all think it's possible that Nick's in some serious shit?
Out. She didn't dip. I don't know where she is, dude. I was gonna fill the entire apartment with tulips and roses. And I was gonna take her on a cruise to Hawaii, dude.
Okay, so now, this is serious. And I don't give a fuck who
She
you are watching
is,
this.
dude.
She didn't dip. Okay.
I was gonna fill the entire...
Was gonna. He says it twice. 16, 25. Okay. He says it twice. Was gonna fill the apartment with tulips and roses. Was gonna take her to Hawaii. Was gonna. Those are definitive past tense words. That means he knows it's never gonna happen. So something happened and he knows he's never going to get to fill that apartment with roses. He knows he's never gonna get to take her to Hawaii. Watch.
I was gonna fill the entire apartment with tulips and roses. And I was gonna take her on a cruise to Hawaii, dude. And I don't know where she is, and I'm worried.
So she didn't dip, but I don't know where she is. Sorry, man. Those two statements together do not look good at all. Don't know where she is. I love Nick just like everybody else, man. And you guys all know me real well. You guys know that I have no problem telling anybody they're perfect and Jesus loves them the way they are. You guys know that I have all the patience in the world and I'll put up with everything. I will take a fucking beating for this. I will gladly let somebody abuse me, talk shit all day long. And I love Nick. You guys fucking know that. Like, I love him. I'm not up here trashing him. This is not how I am. Just analyzing his video and looking at it from outside the bubble. Those two statements. She didn't dip at within less than a minute of each other. She didn't dip, and I don't know where she is. How do you know she didn't dip, and then you don't know where she is? How do those two things exist? How do they coincide together? Unless you know exactly where she is, you're just saying you don't. And that's for you, the viewer. I'm not implying anything either. I'm just stating the fucking obvious. Something not good, man.
I don't know what to do anymore.
He doesn't know what to do. I wouldn't
don't know what to do. I pray and I pray. I just don't know what to do.
God doesn't hear sinners. And that's another thing for you guys to remember. God does not hear sinners. He says, I pray and I pray. TT, actually, can you do this one too? He said, I pray and I pray. Well, God doesn't hear sinners. That's why your life keeps getting worse and worse and worse, Nick. Because he's not hearing your prayers. He's not listening to you. Because you don't listen to him. You don't listen to his word. You don't listen to his preachers. You don't listen to the people that come to you and tell you that he loves you. You don't listen to the ones that actually care about you. You listen to the fucking sinners who don't give a fuck about you. You listen to the sinners that lie to you like you lie to everybody else. The people that tell him the truth, you don't want to listen to him. He's doing it to himself. And time's up. That means you know me better than I thought you did.
I'm not scared of Satan, but I fear for my wife, dude.
Now, there's another
scared of Satan, but I...
Pay attention.
I'm not scared of Satan, but I fear for my wife, dude. I'm not scared of Satan, but I fear for my wife, dude.
I fear for my wife. That's an interesting fucking statement to make, man. Fear for my wife. Why is he in fear for his wife? Fucking...
If any of these pieces of shit come back to my house, I'll break their fucking neck.
Now, what does lend some credibility to his... Actually, it really does end the 7-Eleven story. Notice how he says, if any of these pieces of shit come back to my house. So he just ruled out 7-Eleven. He just ruled it out all by himself. Fuck me.
If any of these pieces of shit come back to my house, I'll break their fucking neck.
If any of these pieces of shit come back to my house, that means they were already there. So this also pulls in a possibility that maybe his wife, maybe her family did this to him. That's a possibility. That's something that I have not ruled out. It would fill in some of the blanks. It would explain why she's gone. It would explain why he's in fear for her. It would explain a lot of things. Would also explain why he's fucked up. Would not explain how he got that bite mark, though. Come back. Sorry, guys. I'm doing my due diligence on this because I care about him. And I want to be able to pick
I'm not scared of them.
Plus, when the smoke settles and everything's done and the truth actually does come out, and eventually it will, I'm not going to stop till I get to the bottom of it. When the truth actually does come out, I want to be able to compare notes and see just how close I was.
I fucking took that guy and I fucking punched him in the face about 18 or 20 fucking
and again,
times.
Remember that if there was a fight between
I
him and
had
the wife,
him in a fucking headlock in 3 seconds and I was fucking beating the fucking piss out of him. And that's why he had to do this to me. Because he's a fucking pansy. He fucking bit my finger like a bitch.
Now watch what he says.
Like a Tyson Holyfield fight. Because I was smashing his fucking head in. He's a fucking bitch.
Watch.
Some big wannabe gangster with a big gold rope chain. Saying I'm wasting his time. I said, what?
Okay, so now we start getting into the story. We start getting into his story from the 7-Eleven, allegedly from the 7-Eleven. Now, we do know that he just said if they come back to my house, it means it's somebody that came to his house. So 7-Eleven's really out of the question. He's trying to distance his house from being the place that this happened at, which I would want to know why. I would really want to know why. Like, what are you hiding at your house? But I'm sure he's got reasons. So let's pay attention.
Saying I'm wasting his time. I said, what? I'm wasting your time, you fucking punk? And he pushed me. You put your fucking hands on me, it's fucking on.
So out of nowhere, the story is somehow this guy said, you're wasting my time. Nick doesn't ever tell us how he met the guy. He does actually a little bit later. He says that he went to 7-Eleven, he was walking in, and this guy just randomly approached him and tried to sell him drugs. I don't know if you guys have ever watched this. I don't know if you guys have ever watched this video. I know Brunette has. I know some of you guys have. But he does say that he went to 7-Eleven, he was walking in, and the guy approached him and tried to offer him drugs, and Nick denied them. But right here, he said that the guy said, you're wasting my time, which would imply that Nick actually would have made the first contact, which does lend credibility to his story that he may have gotten his ass beaten by a dude. It does lend credibility to that, but not much.
He pushed me and I fucking attacked him. And I fucking attacked him good. And pardon my language, but I am upset. You fucking punk. He's a fucking bitch. Some big wannabe gangster with a big gold rope chain. Saying I'm wasting his time. I said, what? I'm wasting your time, you fucking punk.
So I look at this and I say, well, maybe Nick wanted drugs. Wife said absolutely not. I mean, it's possible that the bite mark and the black eye came from two different people. That's possible too. I mean, it's not very likely, but it's possible. So I look at this and say, okay, well, maybe it's possible that the drug dealer, and Nick called his dealer. The dealer shows up at his house. Nick ain't got no money. Wife took his SIM card. But how would he call the dealer if the wife took the SIM card? See, and there we run into a problem. That's why that SIM card is a big fucking deal. How would he get a hold of him? Maybe he got a hold of him first, and then wife left before the dealer got there, and then Nick didn't have anything to give him for the drugs, and so Nick lost his shit, and the guy said, you're wasting my time. I mean, that's a
punk, and he pushed me. You put your fucking hands on me, it's fucking on. He pushed me, and I fucking attacked him. And I fucking attacked him good. And pardon my language, but I am upset. My wife is fucking missing. I don't know what the fuck is going on. She won't get a hold of me on Facebook.
I am fucking so upset, dude. I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do, man. I really don't. I don't know what to do. My phone is broken.
Phone's broke, so there's no way he's calling anybody.
My phone is broken. I've been trying to call her on Facebook. I've been trying to get a hold of her. I don't know what to do.
So now, I would say this, that the theory that it's possible that her family would have done this to him for the way he treats her is out the window, because if her family did this to him, there's no way he would be trying to reach her on Facebook. There's no fucking way. Like, there's just no fucking way. When family binds together, like, I don't know how to explain this. Like, I've seen this in my life. I've seen friends go through this. And when I was much younger, I've been through similar shit. I don't want to say that situation exactly, because that would be not accurate, but enough to know that when family comes after you, you don't fuck with the person anymore. So he wouldn't be trying to reach her if her family fucked him up.
We need to raise funds and stop this shit.
More begging.
I'm gonna start a GoFundMe page. This has to end. This satanic garbage needs to end.
Now, more begging is what, 1954? Sorry guys, I'm doing my due diligence.
I've been trying to call her on Facebook. I don't know what to do. We need to raise funds and stop this shit. I'm gonna start a GoFundMe page. This has to end. This satanic garbage needs to end, guys. This has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me profiting anything. This is putting an end to this fucking satanic garbage, dude. It has...
So, putting into the satanic garbage. He doesn't talk about what that is. He doesn't talk about anything that it could be. And I do know what he's referring to, but what he's referring to isn't satanic. What Nick does is satanic. What sinners do is satanic. Every time you sin, you serve the devil. That's the satanic thing. Now, what Nick is actually referring to here is the fact that we turned him over to the devil. And I'm gonna tell you that, but that's not satanic. That's actually Christian. Paul did that to Alexander and Hymenaeus. Paul did that to the guy. They got caught fucking his father's wife. That's a real thing. We, as believers, we really do that, and this is the result. I am telling you, it was full disclosure in the beginning of this. I showed you that we turned him over in June and July last year. His life has gotten nothing but harder ever since, because he continues to blaspheme us, and he continues to blaspheme God, and that's a problem. Every time Nick says he's a believer, he's blaspheming God. Every time. Every time a sinner says they believe in Jesus, all they're doing is blaspheming Jesus. They're making Jesus out to be a sinner. Jesus never sinned. Jesus doesn't fuck with sinners. Jesus did not come here. He came here to die for sin, to end sin, but he did it for the lost sheep of Israel. He did not come here for everybody else. He came here for the lost sheep of Israel, and that was it. That door got open to anybody that would believe. It's always been that way. It's been anybody who believes. It's been by grace since the beginning, since Abraham. But what he's referring to is us and the fact that we turned him over. And I want to show you this. I forgot who it was earlier that said that they thought it was odd that my name came out of his mouth in the middle of his meltdown. Well, it's not just my name. This is actually a reference to what we did to him as believers. because he fucking shits all over us.
GoFundMe page.
But what?
This has to end. This satanic garbage needs to end, guys. This has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me profiting anything. This is putting an end to this fucking satanic garbage.
Now, notice how he made the comment. He said, this has nothing to do with me profiting anything off of you. He doesn't want you to think that it has anything to do with him profiting off of you at the same time as he's asking you for money. And the reason this is coming up is because on that video a few days before, when we were talking, he said he doesn't take money from people, but then he said he took a $1,500 fucking super chat from somebody and didn't send it back. And I fucking laid into him for taking money from people at all, being an unbeliever and not actually earning it. He's teaching people lies. He's selling lies. He's fucking serving corruption himself and trying to convince you to serve corruption with him. And then he wants your money on top of that. He is a complete wolf. These are the people. That's what they do. They make merchandise of you. The Bible warns you about people like him. That's what they do. For me, I'm an earner. If I ask you for a fucking, I don't get money from anybody. I even the closest people have a hard time fucking if I'm having a hard time. But at the end of the day, like, I don't ask anybody for shit. I will earn it. I'll give you all my fucking time. I will help you with everything you do. I will walk you through the entire Bible. And if I'm hurting, if my family's short on something, I have no problem asking because I know I fucking earned it. Nick doesn't earn a motherfucking dollar he gets at all. And I mean, it's just, there's no sugarcoating that. He does not earn a fucking dollar that people give him. All he does is feed them lies. All he does is lie to them. All he does is treat them like shit. And at the end of the day, I mean, it's just fucked up. So the satanic shit that he's referring to is the fact that we turned him over to the devil.
Dude.
And that's why he says
it has to stop. It has to fucking stop.
Because his life is getting harder and harder and harder and harder. And I promise you, it's only going to get harder from here. You guys think this is bad? Just give it a year. Watch. If he won't listen, if he won't bow, it's only going to get harder. That's why I'm making sure my ducks are in a row. That's why I'm up here doing this now. Because it's true, man. The fucking Bible doesn't lie.
Man, it has to. Satanic garbage, dude. It has to stop. It has to fucking stop, man.
The only way it's going to stop is if he stops sinning. That's it. I will say that. The only way this is going to stop is if he stops sinning. The day Nick gives up sin is the day his life will get put right back to normal. More deep breath, reading comments.
That piece of shit hit me in the head one time. I hit him in the head 18 fucking times. I'm not worried about that little pansy ass bitch. What? You can fucking suck it.
There's been a comment I've been waiting for through this whole thing. I'm just waiting for him to say it because it's a big slip. It's a big fucking slip.
I'm so mad. I'm so worried. I'm so mad. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm all alone. I'm sitting here all alone. I want my wife back, dude. I want my wife.
The logical person would ask, well, why did she leave? What caused her to leave? I'm a logical person. Why did she leave? And how is it that he's fucked up the way he is? His eyes swollen shut, his hand is bit the fuck open. Okay? How is it that she's gone and that happened at the same time? That's what I'm asking you guys. Why is she gone and that happened to him at the same time? That's not a coincidence, man. Hymenaeus and Alexander got turned over to the devil, yeah. Because they opposed believers. Exactly. Just like Nick, he opposes us. And he got turned over to the devil. And this is the result. And you're on a thin fucking line, dude. You're on a really thin fucking line. And Nick isn't the only results that I can show you either, by the way. There's other people who have lost everything after doing what Nick has done to us, and we've turned them over. It's not just Nick. You're on a thin fucking line, Troy. Real thin line. My suggestion is you swallow your fucking pride and learn. That was my
I can't believe this shit. Where did my wife go?
Where did my wife go?
Where's my wife? Where's my wife? Where's my wife? I don't care about anything else.
Don't care about anything else. Now look how nothing else matters now but his wife. How come he didn't say that the other day? How come the other day when he was accusing her of stealing his dope, when he was accusing her of all the shit, how come she didn't matter then, but now all of a sudden she matters? It doesn't work that way, Nick. It doesn't work that way. She has to matter all the time. My wife has to matter all the time. Even if I'm doing dirt, she has to matter all the time. And my wife has to understand. Right? He never... Man.
She's okay. You know?
He said, I hope she's okay.
That's all I get
Now,
to know. I just need to know she's okay. You know? That's all I care about. I don't know why she's not getting back to me. What did I do? What did I do?
Listen.
What did I do?
What did I do? Did you fucking hear that? Oh, it's so...
She's not getting back to me. What did I do?
2402. What did I do? Three, 54. Let's do it again.
She's not getting back to me. What did I do?
What did I do? Okay, so if there was one fucking incriminating, self-incriminating ass shit for him to say, was right there. What did I do? No, he would have said that though. Time's up. You see what I'm saying? He would have said that. He would have been able to prove it. He would have been like, my wife, I caught her with another guy. That would have been his rant. He wouldn't hide that from anybody. He'd be able to blame her for all of his problems, and he would unload on her and be like, this fucking bitch, I caught her cheating. He would have said that. The problem is he's not saying that. He's making shit up that doesn't make sense. He's covering something. That's what I'm trying to show you. He's covering something. And right there in that moment, it's not good, man. It's just not good. He just said, what did I do?
Back to me. What did I do?
What did I do?
What did I do to make her mad? I didn't do anything.
I didn't do anything. No responsibility. This kid has no responsibility whatsoever.
My life is so fucked up. I wish I could just win the lottery and just say fuck everything and just go live in paradise. I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of living this life. Being a soldier for God is so hard.
He thinks he's a soldier for God.
It's such a hard life to live.
He's a soldier for
It
sin.
really is.
He's a soldier for drugs. He's a soldier for the world. He's not a soldier for God. He's a soldier for himself. He's a soldier for your money and your pity. And he plays on your emotions to take your money. It's like every other fucking fake preacher and all other bullshit out in the world.
People like fucking Perry.
And there it is. There it is. Now he's going to blame me for all of his problems. And that's why we're doing this here. Because I'm not the cause of his problems. He's the cause of his problems. My life's perfect. My marriage is perfect. My kids are perfect. My fucking relationships are perfect. Even the ones that are all fucked up. It's only because of the Bible. It's only because I tried to get them to do the study. That's it. Everything else is going the way it should in my life. I've got no issues. His problems are his own doing. But there's the blame me anyway, so blames me. 25.
People like fucking Perry and fucking Herbie Haka. They're not soldiers for God. They don't know shit about being a soldier for fucking God. This is a fucking soldier for God. Okay? This is being a fucking soldier.
Again, the only way that bite mark's going to happen is if he put his hand over somebody's mouth. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it was his wife. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it was the guy at 7-Eleven. I'm just going to say that I don't buy his bullshit. Not even for the span of a strand of hair at all. Now, if his story's true, which he hasn't really gotten into too many of the details yet. He hasn't gotten into too many of the details. If his story is true, then this is just some random drug dealer at 7-Eleven that he got into a fight with at 1 o'clock in the morning because he refused his drugs. That doesn't make you a soldier for God. This shit with his eye in his hand does not make you a soldier for God. He got into a fight over drugs or he beat the shit out of his wife and she fucked him up. Right? One of those two things happened. One of those two things happened. It was either a fight over a drug deal, or it was a fight with his wife. Both of those are logical deductions to his whole story. Both of those. They are very possible, right? That does not make him a soldier for God. But look how he tries to placate it. He tries to put on the front. He's trying to virtue signal to himself like he's a decent dude. He's not. This should make even the fake believers sick to their stomach.
God. Okay, this is being a fucking soldier for God. You want to sit on your fat fucking ass. You want to lock your children in your fucking basement.
And there's the fucking accusations. 22, 50, accuses me. See, he accuses me of locking my kids in the basement, but that's not true. That's not true. In fact, today, so I got falsely accused of a bunch of shit back in November by my ex, and it's all blowing up in her face beautifully. God does his thing. I fucking, whatever, I just go with the program. So today we actually had DCFS come through my house for the second time, and it was right before I watched this video. Checked all my kids. I'm fine. I've been cleared by there's no abuse in my house whatsoever. There has not been. I've won lawsuits for people falsely accusing me of abusing my children. I have won lawsuits over this. This is not rocket science. I'm not a brain, it doesn't take a brain surgeon to figure it out. And he's falsely accusing me. And this is why he's in the shoes that he's in, is because he keeps blaspheming the real believers, and he's got a fucking problem. What slanderous comments, Chris? What slanderous comments? Can you please tell me? Can you articulate any slanderous comments that I've made? None. I haven't made any. He put this on YouTube for everybody to watch. I'm not the only one that's doing a review on this. I promise mine will be the most in-depth. That is guaranteed. But at the end of the day, I haven't done any, and there's no slanderous anything. So good luck with that, Chris. Good luck. In a minute, we're going to all take a pee break, though. Because I got to piss. My wife just went to bed.
You want to misquote Bible and teach them the wrong ways of Scripture?
Now, see, he says that I lock my kids in a basement and I misquote Bible and teach them the wrong ways of Scripture, but I don't. I teach my kids the Scriptures, period. The whole Bible. My kids know the whole Bible. My kids know the whole Bible. No, that's really not what it's all about. They're right, said Ted, but it is what it is. So he falsely accuses me of wrongly teaching my children, but I don't. My children read the Bible. They know the Bible. They know the Bible inside and out. They know it just as good as I do. This is why he's in the shoes he's in.
And you call yourself a soldier for God?
Damn straight.
You're a joke. You're a joke.
Now, I want you guys to pay attention to this, to the real believers in here. I want you to pay it. Oh, you know what? Let's take a pee break. She's out of the bathroom. I got to piss. Take a pee break. We'll be right back. You guys are going to like this. Oh. Okay. All right. Bernette, you there? Hey, George. Nice of you to join us. Glad you can just hop in and just, pretend like you've been here the entire time. Kind of funny. All right, Bernette, you're back. All right. So, I want you to pay attention to all the believers. Watch this. Watch this drop. So you're going to see
the wrong ways of Scripture
right here.
And you call yourself a soldier for God?
Watch. Now, here you're going to see him say, he's going to repeat himself twice. I want you to listen to the drop. And you remember earlier when I was showing you the look in his eyes, that possession. I'm showing you that possession, that raw, unfiltered. The only thing in the way is his body from you being able to see what really is in him.
You're a joke.
Now watch, here we go.
You're a joke.
Did you see the fucking voice change? It's not even Nick's voice. Watch.
God, you're a joke.
That's Nick.
You're a joke.
That wasn't Nick.
Joke. You're a joke.
That's not Nick.
God, you're a joke. You're a joke.
That's not Nick. I don't care who the fuck you are. That's not Nick. I've known Nick 3 years. That's not Nick.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
I'm going to answer this comment right here. Yeah, I'm glad. I am, because I trust the Bible. And watching it shows me that the Bible is the truth. And people like you can join them.
I don't know. I'm going to start a GoFundMe page.
More begging.
And it's going to be dedicated to taking out all the cults, all the BHI, all the fucking pieces of garbage like Perry, and all the fraudulent fucking teachings and cocksuckers that are out there. And I'm sorry about my language, but you know what?
Oh, shit. Whew. You know what, Prodigal? It's really not a bad fucking theory, dude. I've seen it. I've seen it happen. And that would end in Nick being fucked up, the dealer being at the house. But it would not explain the SIM card. That theory would not explain why she would take the SIM card. Because a woman who takes a man's SIM card is still attached to that man. They take his SIM card not to prevent communication, but to retain control. There's one thing I know about women, man. If they can, they will immediately take authority over the man. Right? Look at society. You see it in society all day long. Now they're trying to make the woman the man and the man the woman. If she was trying to leave him, she would have never took the SIM card.
I am absolutely irate right now. And I don't ever remember the word cocksucker being a swear word. If you look in the Bible, the actual swear words are taking the Lord's name in vain.
Which
that's
is what Nick's been doing this entire video.
Comparing yourself as God, that's a swear word. Saying you're seated at the right hand of the Father, that's a swear word. Okay? These so-called swear words, the letter F didn't even get invented till, I don't know, the fucking 16th century. So Perry and all those clowns,
see how my name
they can suck my balls.
Now you know why we're doing this. I'm a completely neutral third party. He's got no reason to be bringing my name up. Other than the fact that John 8:34, 1 John 3:8, and the fact that we turned him over is weighing on him. And it should be, because his life is only going to get worse. And I ain't got shit to do with it. I live in fucking Chicago. I'm not in Canada.
This fight happened today. Just a couple hours ago.
Okay, here we go.
Happened today.
Mark this down.
This fight happened today.
The fight happened today.
Just a couple hours ago.
Just a couple hours
ago. Happened today. Just a couple hours ago.
Okay. Now, you have to understand that this video played. He went live at 7:30 in the morning his time. So he said this fight happened today just a couple hours ago. That would have been at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. It would have still been dark. But wait till later. You're going to see.
Some big wannabe gangster.
Now, here we go. We're going to actually get into the story. No shit. Hang on. Here we go. I wasn't expecting this to happen right now.
This fight happened today. Just a couple hours ago. Some big wannabe gangster with a fucking big rope gold chain.
Okay, wannabe gangster. I want you guys to remember this. 2848. 2848 is wannabe gangster. Rope gold chain. Now he says big. A big rope gold chain. Rope gold chain. Now again, remember earlier when I talked to you about pointless like suspects that they give up pointless, made-up details to try and steer you from the actual facts. They give you bullshit details to make it sound believable, but really it's just bullshit. That's what this is. Gold chain.
Standing outside a 7-Eleven trying to sell me drugs.
Okay, so now here's the contradiction. Trying to sell him drugs, So earlier, when we talked about the drug dealer, he said that the drug dealer said he was wasting his time. Whoever it was, he said this whooped his ass, said that Nick was wasting his time, which was at 1832. So real quick, we left off at 29. Let's go back to 1832. This is why you do it this way. 1832.
Saying I'm wasting his time. I said, what? I'm wasting your time? You fuck.
So in this version that he's telling, Nick would have had to have addressed him. Nick would have had to have come to him, and the guy said, you're wasting my time. Okay? In the new version, at 2848,
some big wannabe gangster with a fucking big rope gold chain standing outside a 7-Eleven trying to sell me drugs.
So in this story, right, so now you got two stories. You got two stories revolving around kind of the same thing. So at 1828, we'll say, 1828, at 18 minutes and 28 seconds into it, he says that whoever it was, the guy said that Nick was wasting his time. Now Nick is telling the story as if the guy's wasting Nick's time. Do you see the contradiction?
I said, no. I don't want your drugs. I don't do drugs anymore. I don't want your shit. And he said, oh, you're probably just some broke ass bitch who can't afford anything.
I will say this to every motherfucking one of you. If Nick didn't want us doing this, he shouldn't have put it online. I'm not laughing at his misfortune. I'm not rejoicing at his downfall. I'm not any of that. I'm simply analyzing his stories and showing you the holes, showing you the errors, showing you the bullshit. And not because I have anything against Nick, but because I care about his wife and I want fucking answers. I want to know what happened to his wife. I want to know she's okay. I want to know that the people around Nick are okay, and I want them to know what the fuck's going on. I reached out to his brother because I don't want Nick doing something stupid and killing himself. I want Nick to get his shit together. If he didn't want us doing this, he shouldn't have put it online. So I don't give a fuck what any of you people say. I really don't care. I absolutely do love Nick. You're not going to hear me bashing him. I'm not bashing him through all this. I don't judge him for anything he's going through. I don't judge him for anything he does. I told Nick 1,000 times, and I'll tell all you guys, Jesus made him perfect on the cross. Nick chooses not to believe that. Nick rejects Christ. This is the end result. God don't hear sinners, farmer. God don't hear sinners. And John said, don't even pray for the people that reject Christ. I don't pray for Nick. I've got nothing to pray for him for. He doesn't listen. We've told him 1,000 times. If you sin, you're of the devil. Jesus reconciled all things. Nick rejects that. He spits on that. That's not my problem. No private wars. By the way, everybody, Rudy is private wars. So no private wars. Jesus reconciled all things. There is no sin. I'm perfect. Fucking Brunette's perfect. Tim V's perfect. Prodigal's perfect. There's a lot of people in here that are perfect that are going to look at you and tell you you're a motherfucking liar. You are a liar. And I'll say this, Nick's perfect. Nick just doesn't believe it. And that's the problem. That's the difference between a believer and an unbeliever. A believer believes that Jesus made him perfect. An unbeliever doesn't.
Excuse me. I'm having a hard time swallowing. And I said, what?
Okay, so let's get back to the story here. Quick refresher. He goes to 7-Eleven. Drug dealer offers him drugs. Nick denies, says, I don't want your drugs.
You're probably just some broke ass.
Hang on. Let's hear the story.
I don't do drugs anymore. I don't want your shit.
See, now here, Nick says that he told the dealer he didn't want his shit. But in the other story that he said that the dealer said, you're wasting my time. So, you know, it's open to, I don't want to say interpretation, but I will say that Nick's stories do not go together.
I said, oh, you're probably just some broke ass bitch who can't afford anything.
Pay attention, this is important. So,
bitch.
Did he say he said that?
Who kind of, you're probably just some.
Who said this?
You're probably just some broke ass bitch.
Does he just randomly say that?
Oh.
Hang on.
I
said, okay, so Nick told the dealer, Nick said, you're just a broke ass bitch. Broke ass bitch.
Oh. You're probably just some broke ass bitch who can't afford anything.
See, if I were going to go with the story that he said earlier, I would be more inclined to believe that the dealer probably said that to him, if it was the dealer that did this to him, which it's possible, but in front of a 7-Eleven, on the random, if some dude with gold chains approached me and tried to sell me drugs and I said no, I don't think that guy is going to waste his time or risk his freedom to beat my ass because I refuse to buy his drugs. Come on, man. Let's be real with each other. This story doesn't make any sense.
Excuse me. I'm having a hard time swallowing. And I said, what? A broke ass bitch? I probably got more money than you do.
Okay, so now here, when the dealer said it to Nick, he said he's just a broke ass bitch and ain't got no money, which would make sense why the dealer would say that he's wasting his time. But he said that when that happened, it was at their house.
What do you live on the fucking street? I said. He looked like he was a homeless fucking piece of shit.
So the dealer goes from having thick gold chain to looking homeless. Do you see the holes? So the dealer goes from having a thick gold chain to looking homeless. And that is 2848 to 3003. Do you see the holes?
Who lives on the street? That's when the piece of shit put his hands on me. And that was the worst mistake he ever made. He put his hands on me. I put him in a rear naked choke. And I pounded him.
Now, let me ask you guys a question. Every one of you motherfuckers in this chat right now knows you've done drugs. Okay? Do any of you know a drug dealer that would whoop your ass for not buying their drugs? Do any of you know a drug dealer that would make you look like that because you refuse to buy their dope? Do any of you know a drug dealer that would risk their freedom for, in Nick's situation, for your no money having ass? I don't think so. No. If anything, every drug dealer I've ever met runs from confrontation. because the last thing they want is police contact. And Nick said this happened at a 7-Eleven. So that's public. So police contact for a drug dealer is not an option. It's not an option. So no drug dealer did this to Nick. The story is fucking garbage. It's just garbage.
And pounded him and pounded him in the face about 18 or 20 fucking times. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore, so he bit my fucking finger.
The story doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The only way he got this laceration on that finger,
take it anymore, so he.
The only way that happened to his finger is Nick put his hand over somebody's mouth. And his wife being missing, and I'm not saying she's missing, like missing gone, like missing. I'm saying she left his ass. Her left his ass, took the SIM card, been through all this shit. To me, my opinion, after my personal thorough analysis of everything, my opinion is he put his hand over his wife's mouth, and she bit the fuck out of him, and then she clocked him with something, and she left his sorry ass passed out on the floor. And he woke up, and the first thing he could think of was going on YouTube to try and build a story, because shit's about to roll downhill for him. I'm praying that's all it is. But in reality, this 7-Eleven story just don't work. It doesn't work on any level, in any way, shape, or form. Does not fit into the facts. It just makes him look worse. None of this makes sense. Nick would say to him that he looks homeless, but also that he has a big gold chain, and he's standing outside of 7-Eleven just randomly selling crack. He said it happened 2 hours before, a couple hours ago, which would have been like 5:30, 6:30 in the morning. Most of the drug dealers that I've met in my life, and I know some really high-ranking motherfuckers, okay? I mean high-ranking motherfuckers. They cut off at about 3:30, 4:30 in the morning. 5:30, 6 ain't happening. And 4:30, only if you're buying like a fucking quarter. And I'm not talking about weed.
He bit my fucking.
And they deliver, right? Smart drug dealers, they deliver. They don't stand outside of a fucking 7-Eleven and hustle at 3 in the morning.
Finger.
Sorry.
Like a pussy. Like a girl.
And there's the one I was waiting for. So pay attention right here. 42, like a girl. That's what he says.
Finally, he couldn't take it anymore, so he bit my fucking finger like a pussy. Like a girl.
30,
like a pussy ass bitch.
30, 43. And that's where Nick slipped and admitted that it was a girl that bit him. He bit my finger like a girl. Because that's what girls do. That's not what dudes do. Nick did not get into a knockdown drag out with a dude. He got into a knockdown drag out with his girl, covered her fucking mouth, and she bit the shit out of him. Now, I'm not saying that that's what happened. Don't quote me. I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm not accusing him of that. I'm just saying that logically, that's the only thing that makes sense. And if I, again, to go back to this, in order to get the bite mark where that line on my finger is, which is the line on his, it would have had to have been him putting his mouth over someone's mouth, him putting his hand over somebody's mouth, and then she bit down, which explains this kind of laceration perfectly. Fucking perfectly. And even Nick said so himself. That's what girls do.
And then he tried saying something to me like, "You're a bitch." And I said, "What?" And I walked towards him, and he fucking ran away.
fucking pussy.
Does that sound believable at all to you people? Are you stupid enough to buy that? It's bullshit. He tried saying something to me like, "You're a bitch." Those are filler words. That's because he's trying to create this story. And then he just magically runs away. Just magically runs away. Nah, man.
Pussy ass bitch. I don't go looking for trouble. That's not me. I'm a Christian.
This is where I will step in. This is not an opinion. This is a fact. Nick is not a Christian. Nick serves the devil. He's a motherfucking fraud. And all he does is teach lies on his channel and beg you for money. I've showed you. If you haven't figured it out by now, you're an idiot.
I was just trying to go to the store to buy a drink. It's not my fault that I live in a fucking cesspool neighborhood.
Now, mind you, I was just going to the store to buy a drink. At 5:30 in the morning, Nick. And that's if your earlier statement is true. At 28:33, you said that it was only a couple hours ago. Now, this is going to get really fucking interesting because in all of 5 or 10 minutes, he says that it was many, many hours ago. So he's just trying to go to the store to buy a drink. And this random guy with a big gold chain and an Illuminati ring comes out and tries to sell him drugs. And he says, "I don't want your drugs." And so the guy just risks his freedom and beats the fuck out of Nick for no reason. Come on, man.
Where you have a bunch of homeless pieces of shit trying to sell you crack cocaine every time you go to the fucking store. Fucking loser.
Ooh, hang on. I got to take a second here. Rebuke and reprove. I'll be seeing you tomorrow at 11 a.m., sir. 11 a.m. my time, or whatever the fuck time it says. I'll be checking it out tonight to make sure, or, well, tomorrow is in, when I say tonight, I mean much later on today. I'll be checking it out. To everybody that doesn't know, this guy right here came in here, challenged me months and months ago, ran his mouth, talked all kinds of shit, challenged me to a debate, and then wouldn't debate me, won't come up on my channel, won't let me up on his, kept trying to, I kept telling him, pick a day, pick a time, I'll be there, and then he kept pushing it on, so he finally set the date. It is not today, January 7th, it will be tomorrow, January 8th, okay, so for any of you that it's before midnight right now, it would still be the 6th for you. For me, it is currently 1 o'clock in the morning. It is the 7th for me. So it would be tomorrow. So in about 30 hours, I'll be debating this dude on his channel. It's called Rebuke and Reprove. And I will, I got to make a meme for it, stick to my community section, but it'll be there. It'll be there. Dude, I don't have any dirty laundry. All my laundry's clean.
Hope he wakes up with 18 lumps all over his fucking face. That fucking dog shit piece of garbage.
And now keep in mind that throughout this whole thing, you see little hints, you know, like when he was wearing his wedding ring and it was coming off, and he's like, "Fuck this thing," and fuck blah 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 blah, and he associated the ring with the person that bit him, and through all this. So when he talks about like hoping this person has lumps and not caving their head in and all this shit, keep in mind the chances are that it wasn't a dude, that he's talking about his wife this way, and I think it's more plausible than it is deniable at this point, but time will tell. And so just so everybody's aware, this is all speculation. There's no accusations, there's no nothing. I have no real formed opinion. What I know to be true and what I've been told, you know, they're one and the same. I don't know any more than you guys do. I know domestic violence real well. I know body language. I know language in general. I know people. This is indicative. I mean, this whole thing is just indicative of domestic violence. It's all it is. It's a really bad blowout between him and his wife. She fucking clobbered him and left him and took his SIM card on top of it. And taking the SIM card tells me she's going to come back, whether it's just to get her shit or it's to make amends. I don't know. But at the end of the day, I mean, time is going to tell what actually happened. At some point, he's going to have to answer for these things. I mean, I hope it's not true. But at the end of the day, the story just... You guys are all doing the same thing with me, so...
Shit. You crap.
Yeah.
And I said, what? And I walked towards him, and he fucking ran away. Fucking pussy ass bitch. I don't go looking for trouble. Oh, yeah. That's not me. I'm a Christian. I was just trying to go to the store to buy a drink. It's not my fault that I live in a fucking cesspool neighborhood where you have a bunch of homeless pieces of shit trying to sell you crack cocaine every time you go to the fucking store.
Now, we'll say this. 2 things I want to point out to you. 1, I live in a cesspool neighborhood, okay? 2, I still don't know anybody that is going to jeopardize their freedom because I refuse to buy their drugs. 3, it is more believable, it would have been more believable if Nick would have said he got robbed. Okay, because society is society's falling apart, we all know that. If Nick would have said he got robbed, that would have made sense. That would have given reason for the black eye, that would have given reason for the fucking, all of it. I mean, that would have covered everything. But Nick never said he got robbed because he didn't get robbed. His story doesn't make any sense because it's a lie. If he would have said he got robbed, I could believe that. But living in a cesspool neighborhood means nothing because the story isn't that he got robbed.
It's fucking loser. I hope he wakes up with 18 lumps all over his fucking face. That fucking dog shit piece of garbage.
TJ? So I could have believed him.
I live in Canada.
Shit, if he would have said he got robbed, but that's not what he's saying.
But I live in the oil patch. So there's lots of money to be made here.
If there was so much money to be made there, then why is he asking you for yours?
This is the top 3rd oil producing province out of every single country in the entire world. So people come up here, they work in a camp, and they make big time money. Big time money. So they come out of camp and they have a whole shitload of money to spend. So you get all these scumbag drug dealers that pander to this, right?
Now look, now he's trying to give you this big explanation about how it could be possible that his story could be true. That is a sign of a lie. Right? When I catch my babies doing something they know they ain't supposed to be doing, well, they got this big story about how it's the other one's fault. That's what's happening here.
They're like, oh, people got money. Let's go sell them drugs. You know? I don't have a concussion. That weak piece of shit only hit me in the head one time.
Now, weak. He says that weak piece of shit. But earlier he said he's a wannabe gangster with a gold rope chain. I mean, you get this idea that this dude's pretty fucking big. Look what happened to his eye. He got hit with something. I don't think it was a fist. I don't think it was a fist at all. That's a fucking nasty mark. That's nasty.
I'm completely fine. If anyone has a concussion, it's him. I punched him in the head about 20 fucking times as hard as I could. So if anyone has a concussion, it's that stupid bitch.
No. I mean, the way he said bitch, to me, it just sounds like he's talking about a female. But that's just...
After I hit him in the head 20 times, he bit my fucking finger. My ring finger.
How? Can somebody in the comments, can anybody please explain to me how he could get that bite mark from punching somebody? How does your hand, if you're punching, if it's dude on dude, like think, Boom, 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 boom. Where's my ring finger? Where is it? It's tucked into my palm. How's that going to get in his mouth? It's not. The only way that happens is if you put your hand over somebody's mouth. When you put your hand over their mouth, like that, they bite down, and the incision is perfect. He didn't have his hand in his mouth. He had him in a chokehold. Or her, more than likely her at this point, right? And I think he had his hand over her mouth. That's what I think. I haven't rejoiced. You're lying. And maybe, see, you're looking at me like it's my fault for turning somebody over the devil. Well, maybe he should have kept his fucking mouth shut. Maybe he should have treated me and my crew with a little respect. Maybe he should listen to what the Bible says instead of just making shit up and lying to everybody. Maybe you should go join him. Maybe we should turn you over. Just because.
He bit it. Look at.
We're not like that, and I won't do that to you. But, so you understand, it's not my fault, man. I've done nothing but love this dude. Love. Even this is out of love. This is out of love. I don't judge him. Jesus made him perfect on the cross. The problem we have between me and him is that he refuses to believe it. He rejects Christ. That's not my problem. That's his problem. Anyway, I'm going to continue.
He fucking bit it. Because he's a bitch. That's why. He's a fucking
Or maybe he bit it because you had your hand over his mouth.
bitch. He's a scumbag fucking bitch.
And even Nick said, I mean, if we go by Nick's story, he had him in a rear naked choke, and he's pummeling him. I mean, why would I not bite you if I could? If I'm in those shoes?
Piece of shit.
Just saying. Could have walked away. Right? When the guy offered him drugs, according to his story, he could have said no thank you and gone in the store and got his drink and got out, came out, went about his way. But according to Nick, he refused to buy the drugs, so the guy pushed him. And according to Nick, he refused to buy the drugs, so the guy pushed him, and Nick attacked him. In fact, Nick said so. Nick said so at... where's Nick attack? I actually have the thing written down. Nick attack. 1855. Let's have some fun here. 3354 to 1855. This is why I do this. Watch.
Fucking attacked him good. And pardon my language, but I am upset. My wife is fucking missing.
Watch.
My life. Fucking on.
Watch.
He pushed me and I fucking attacked him. And I fucking attacked him good.
So even if we go by Nick's story, Nick is the aggressor here. Nick started it. You know, so you can say what you want, man. I don't give a fuck. I'm just going by his words.
I'm completely fine. If anyone has a concussion, it's him. I punched him in the head about...
Retaliation for what? This isn't retaliation. This is showing you guys how to take apart a sinner. This is showing you how to take apart somebody's life. This, I mean, you can do the same thing to me. I'm more than welcome. I welcome it. So now that you know that it's not about rejoicing over somebody being turned over to the devil, now you're just going to say it's retaliation. Sounds to me like you're just grasping at straws.
20 fucking times as hard as I could. So if anyone has a concussion, it's that stupid bitch. After I hit him in the head 20 times, he bit my fucking finger, my ring finger. He bit it. Look it, he fucking bit it. Because he's a bitch. That's why. He's a fucking bitch. He's a scumbag fucking...
Even if we go by Nick's story, Nick attacked him. Nick attacked him for nothing. But he says because he got pushed. But I don't know any drug dealers that are going to push you just because you don't buy their drugs. Sorry. That story is bullshit. Dead on arrival.
Bitch. Piece of shit.
I mean, even if Nick would just be a man about it, I mean, there's just no way in hell. There's just no way in hell. There'd be police reports. There'd be a bunch of shit. No. Even if we look at this as a drug deal gone wrong and say, okay, maybe Nick wanted dope and he didn't have the money for it. He lied to the guy and he owed him money and this is what happened. It'd be more believable if he just admitted that. But to say that just because he refused to buy his drugs, this guy pushed him, that makes no sense because that's the dealer putting himself at risk. For what? He could just move on to the next junkie.
No. I got hit right here. Right here. You see my black eye? You see the cut?
See, I can't figure out what the hell's going on with his thumb. I don't know if that's dried blood. I mean, that's fucking, or chip residue, but either way, the shit going down his finger, that is dried blood.
Right here, and my black eye. That's the only place he hit me. He's a fucking bitch. I put him in a rear naked choke, and I punched him in the fucking face about 15 to 18, probably 20 fucking times. And then he bit my finger because he's a bitch. He should be worried about a concussion, not me.
And keep in mind, if this was a domestic dispute, which I assume it is, I'm assuming, it's my opinion, it is my speculation, it is my years and years and years of expertise in dealing with this shit, that's exactly what this is. What he's describing and affirming over and over and over, that would have been what he did to his wife. And that's fucked up.
He hit me one fucking time in the eye. I hit him about 20 times in the fucking face. So if anyone should be worried about a concussion, it's that scumbag cocksucker.
And of course he's got to tell a story because he needs you to donate. He's been making that very clear throughout the whole thing. And you need to understand that the reason Nick has to lie is because he needs you to feel sorry for him so that you'll keep paying his fucking, you'll keep giving him the money. That's how he supports his drug habit. I'm all for giving him money knowing what it's going to. Me personally, I just don't like being lied to about it.
Fucking loser. This was hours ago, dude.
Now, there we go. So we go from 28:33. It was a couple hours ago. We're at 35:42. Remember that? 28. Because the timeline is super fucking important to the story. Because you said he had an Illuminati ring. Here we go. Wait, 28:33. 28. Here we go. Watch.
This fight happened today. Just a couple hours ago.
Just a couple hours ago. Today, which would have been the 6th, at 8 o'clock in the morning, he was doing this stream. So a couple hours ago would have been 5:30, or in between 4:30 and 6:30 in the morning. Now the story changes. I don't know where exactly we left off, but
look. If you have a concussion, you don't go to sleep right quickly. This happened hours ago.
there it is.
I didn't bruise up quickly.
This was hours ago, dude.
35.
I didn't bruise up quickly. This happened hours ago.
No, what? Hours.
Like, this was like hours and hours ago.
Hours and hours. So he goes from saying 2 hours, a couple, to hours and hours, which, given the story, okay, fine, there's a contradiction in what he's stating. That just goes to show his incoherency during the time that it happened until now. So when he says hours and hours, I think that's probably more accurate. Earlier when he said a couple hours, I don't think he really knows how long in between whatever had happened till now. And pointing that out brings us back to the beginning when I said, pay attention to, he sounds like he's coming out of a fucking, like he's just now coming to after having whatever the fuck got so high he passed out. Now it's hours and hours. So if you go hours and hours, that could take you back to about 11:30 midnight on the 5th, right? So there's a 6-hour span that time's just not there for Nick. He's just not understanding. I'm gonna take a quick second. I gotta go piss again. Sorry guys, but I mean this is, I told you I was gonna go in detail and show you all the holes, so then that way you guys can get your fucking answers. Okay. Now, think about it this way, so you guys understand where I'm coming from on this. But if I'm going to be sending money to this dude, if I'm going to listen to him, if I'm going to be friends with him, if I'm going to fucking spend my time on him, I hope you guys are all paying attention. If I was a detective and he told me my wife's missing, I don't know where she is, can you go find her? And you start asking questions, do you think the police would accept, well, it happened a couple hours ago, and then half an hour later, the story changes and it happened hours and hours ago? The police are never going to accept that. So I don't know why you do as people. I don't know why his subs do. I don't know why you accept being lied to like that. That doesn't make sense. That little differentiating factor right there is the end of Nick's story. Because the story keeps changing and none of it makes any fucking sense. There's a massive difference between a couple hours and hours and hours. If I was you, and I'm just like everybody watching this, I would want fucking answers. Because everybody that cares about this dude right now is worried about him. Everybody that cares about him is worried about his wife. And everybody's wondering. Sakari's fucking channel is like, did he kill her? You know, and obviously, I'm going to tell you I wouldn't put it past him. But I doubt Nick would do that. I just don't. I don't know. I know he has it in him. I just don't. I don't want to think that he would. But then I think about all the parents. I think about all the parents whose kids get molested by priests and shit. And all the parents, what is their response every time? I never would have believed he was like that. You know, I don't risk that with my children. I don't risk that with friends. I don't risk that. I don't give you that benefit of the doubt. I don't give anybody that benefit of the doubt. I know everybody's capable of it. So I'm not going to say he did or he didn't. I'm not accusing Nick of anything. And I've been very clear about that since the beginning of this. I'm not accusing him of anything, but the holes in the story do not look good. It's clear that he's lying, right? What is it, Nick? A couple hours or hours and hours? Which is it? You know? And this puts the timeline, and that's why the timeline is so important. That means that it would happen between midnight and 6 o'clock in the morning on January 6th. So he was pulling a Jussie Smollett and going out for something to drink at 3:30 in the morning on a January fucking yeah, on a January night in fucking Canada just for shits and giggles? I don't think so. I just don't think so. Trumpet, you want to say hi? Come here. Who's your good boy? Okay, he wants to be live. Oh, okay. Get down. No, none of that. Good boy. Okay. So, oh shit, now he's all stupid excited. Oh, I wish I could flip the camera. Oh, I really do wish I could flip the camera. Fuck, how do I do this? Hang on. Oh, damn it, I don't have it open. Let me see if he keeps going. Is he gonna keep going? No. Oh, you guys missed it. Shit, that sucks. Oh, I want this on camera so bad. I've wanted it since I've got him. I wanted it since I got this dog. He goes fucking insane after I pet him. Like running in circles and just chasing everything. It's fucking crazy. Anyway, there's a big difference between a couple hours and hours. And that's a problem. It poses a problem. It poses a big problem. Because it proves that he's lying.
I didn't bruise up quickly. This happened hours ago. Like, this was like hours and hours ago. I wonder what that piece of shit looks like. His whole fucking head is probably swollen in. He's probably in the emergency.
Oof,
fucking dumb cocksucker.
So, he said he's probably in the emergency. Again, if this happened with his wife, then he's telling you where she's at. Without actually telling you where she's at. Which would explain why he's afraid. That's the only thing. From the beginning of the video, remember when he said, I'm afraid, I'm terrified. He probably should. I mean, I'm just saying, like, if he's terrified, then he's obviously got reason to be. So he probably should be. So keep going.
Look. If you have a concussion, you don't go to sleep right away. I've been in a few fights, okay? This happened hours and hours and hours ago. I think I'm fine, okay? Thank you very much for your guys' concern. But this happened many hours ago. So
now see, that does not line up with his story from earlier. You guys see what I'm saying? Do you see why I do this? It doesn't make sense, man. He's lying. About what? We don't know. You're going to find out, though.
Picture you eat at least one banana a day and half in the morning and at least at night. 2 bananas is even better. Okay, I'll do that. I just can't believe that, man. If any of y'all want to donate to getting cock-sucking scumbags like that off the street, please do.
No, this is priceless right here.
Because that's what this video is for.
Watch
I'm telling you right now.
This is going to be the most wisdom you ever inherit in your entire life. I hope you guys are all watching this. Pay attention. Watch this. This is going to blow your mind. Apparently, this is how the legal system works. If you give Nick money, listen to what he's going to do with it.
And I'm telling you as a Christian, any donation.
Now listen, now this should make you sick to your fucking stomach. He said, I'm telling you as a Christian. He's not a Christian. He serves sin. He's very open about that when I ask him. He serves sin. He still sins. He won't give it up. Not a Christian. But he's telling you as one. So he's pretending to be one in telling you to give him money. Watch. Oh, it's so fucked up. It's so disgusting.
And I'm telling you as a Christian, any donates that I get are going straight to fighting this bullshit. I'm not going to pocket the money. I have lots of money. I don't need it.
Did you catch that? Hang on. We're not even in the good part yet. I'm sorry. I like to replay it a bunch of times for all you guys so you can see what I see and so you can feel how I feel. Because I really do care about you. I care about Nick, but I care about you. Like, this is what it is. I care about everybody. Like, my job is, I don't judge anybody for anything, but I'm no respecter of persons either. I'm not going to cover for this asshole when he's trying to take your money for ill-gotten gain. Check it out.
The money. I have lots of money. I don't need it.
He doesn't need your money, but he wants your money. Why? How come he isn't putting money into the pool? Good question.
But any donations that I get are going straight to fucking pocketing this bullshit.
Now look. He's so fucked up. He's still so fucked up that he told you that your money's going straight to his pocket without even, like, he fucked up. I'm sorry, but this I'm laughing at because this is priceless. This shit, I've seen some shit in my days, man, but this, he's got to be the worst snake oil salesman I've ever heard in my life.
Lots of money. I don't need it. But any donations that I get are going straight to fucking pocketing this bullshit.
Oh, he's gonna fucking kill me. Oof. Any donations that I get is going straight to pocketing. I'm not gonna pocket your money. I don't need your money. I have plenty of money. But all the money that you donate is going straight to pocketing. Come on, dude.
I get are going straight to fucking pocketing this bullshit.
Now listen.
I'm driving to the police station with any donations I get, and I'm gonna say, look, go to fucking 7-Eleven downtown. Here's some money. Patrol the fucking area and do your job.
Okay. So, come on, seriously. Do any of you really buy this bullshit? Do any of you really buy this bullshit? Brunette, I really want an answer from you. Do you really buy that? Do you really think that he's going to take your money? He's going to go give it to, he's going to go hand it. He's going to say, here's my $6 super chat. You got to go patrol this 7-Eleven. Do you really think Nick's going to do that with your $6? Do you really think Nick's going to do that with your $100? No. He's going to go straight back to that guy with the gold chain and say, I have money now. Trumpet, stop looking at my fucking... Hey, he really wants to be live. I mean, this just is what it is. This is why we're doing this. I love Nick, but I think I love his subs more than he does. So, Trumpet... I do love my dog, though. I really do. Who's my good puppy? Who's my good puppy? Who's my good boy? Get down. Get the fuck. He's like almost 100 pounds. And he's going fucking insane again. Hang on. I can switch the camera this time. So the ultra wide. There we go. Hang on. Who's a good boy? Oh shit, I gotta get the basic culture. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Licky. Who's a good boy? Okay, get down. Get down. Oh, here you go. Watch, there he goes. Look at him. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Oh, he's a good boy. Zoom, zoom. I don't know where your stuffy is. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean for the break, but you guys didn't even get to see shit yet. I will one of these days. You guys will get to see it one of these days. I promise. I will make that a promise. I will make it a video. It is fucking cool to watch this do what he does. I do love him so much. But at the end of the day, I mean, fucking Mr. Jones is like, facts. Yeah, look at it. I mean, it just...
And I'm going to say, look, go to fucking 7-Eleven downtown. Here's some money. Patrol the fucking area and do your job. And that's what's going to happen.
Now, do you really think Nick is going to do that? No, Nick's not going to do that because there was never a 7-Eleven to begin with. I mean, he's probably got a 7-Eleven in his town. But this story never happened at 7-Eleven. According to him, it happened at his house, if you go by his earlier statements. And if you really go by his story, who do you think really bit him? You know, the shit just isn't lining up. The shit's not stacking up. It's just crumbling every time we try and stack it. The only things that do make sense are the concurrent themes. Drugs being involved. Wife is gone. SIM card is gone. Nick's fucked up. Someone bit the shit out of him. Nothing else is believable. But we'll keep going. We're almost done.
I want my fucking wife to come home.
Oh, and there's that too. I want my fucking wife to come home. Wants his wife to come home. Wants wife home. How many times has he said that throughout this whole video? Why did she leave in the fucking first place, Nick? Never told that story. And he didn't tell that story because the story that he's telling us now is why she left. That's the truth. Guaranteed that's the truth. However, it's just speculation. There is no facts being told on this. I am only giving you my opinion and my personal professional analysis.
I'm getting fucking worried.
Sounds pretty angry for being worried.
What is she doing? Hello. Probably I don't know, yesterday.
Hey, Brunette, can you grab me a date on Right Said Ted? Just curious. I'm going to pause it till you get that. I need it. I'm just curious. See, I love that. That's such a fucking... Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, Jesus, for making that a part of YouTube. That we can find out when a channel was born. Can you give me a date on Right Said Ted today? Oh, I wonder if it's not Nick. It's because it sounds like to me it would be. Well, no, Nick. I don't think he would use words like retaliation, and if he did, I really don't think he would spell it right. So, and no offense to Nick, like I just know Nick really well. All right, we'll keep going. How did I know, though? How the fuck did I know? Like, explain that one to me. I don't even know I knew. I just knew we needed a date on that one.
It's starting to worry me, and I'm starting to get pissed off. I'm really starting to get pissed off. It's 7:43 in the morning.
Boom. So now we have a timeline. So many hours ago would have been like 11:30 midnight. So it would have been dark. So there's no way for him to have known that whoever hit him had an Illuminati ring. Right? And I will say this. Because, full disclosure, we did turn him over to the devil. If somebody punched him in the face with an Illuminati ring, Illuminati, those are Satanists. They're Luciferians. Which would have come from, they would have got their orders from wherever. And he did call him a government agent, right? Which this whole story's horseshit. But at the end of the day, 7:43 in the morning, I'm just going to note it. 7:43 a.m. at 45:05. We'll say 40:05. We'll go back 5
Really
seconds.
starting to get pissed off. It's 7:43 in the morning. So if I don't hear from her by about 10 a.m.,
oh shit, this is really
I'm
important.
fucking phoning the police.
Okay, so Nick says if he doesn't hear from his wife, and I want you to just write this down. If he doesn't hear from wife, by 10 a.m. 10 a.m. he's calling cops. All right, so wife is definitely gone. Nick's definitely afraid. Lots of shit's going on. Nick got fucked up by somebody. And if his wife doesn't come back by 10, he's calling the police. Now, I'm going to bet that, because logic tells me everything. We didn't get an update from Nick yesterday on anything. So one of two things has happened. Either Nick's in jail or she never come home. And he's still sleeping. My guess he's probably not still sleeping. But he said he was going to call the police. He said he's so worried about her, he's going to call the police. Why didn't he call the police when that guy beat his ass at fucking 7-Eleven? Why is there no ambulance report? Why is there no paramedic report? Why is there no police report? Why is there no anything up until now? Why did she take his SIM card? Why did all this happen? Why did Nick get beat up at the magical same time that his wife seemed to have left? How did both things occur at the same time, but they have nothing to do with each other? This is the question I ask you, the viewers. How did both of these things occur at the same time and have no relation to each other? His wife is missing. He's got a black eye and a bit finger. Bit finger, I've demonstrated multiple times tonight. There's only one way that bit finger happened. That's it. I promise you. You can go through every forensic textbook you want. You can go through every domestic violence case and all the pictures of people with bite marks on their fucking ring fingers. And I promise you it happened the same way to them as it happened to Nick. It's the only logical thing that could have happened. He put his hand over somebody's mouth and they bit the fuck out of him. My thing is I hope she made it out. That's where I'm at. I just hope she made it out. And I'm not accusing him. Again, it's all speculation, but I mean, the fucking dude, the facts just, oh, I almost hate that I went through this with you guys like this. Like, I do this on my own. This is how I do people. This is what I do. This is why you guys, this is why I can't lose a debate. Because I do this to people. I sit down and I write down everything and timestamps and check their stories and make sure everything lines up. You have to do this with everything. With everything and everybody. You got to keep track of everything. You'll never lose. This is fucked up. Sorry, I'm almost tired of doing it.
In the morning. So if I don't hear from her by about 10 a.m., I'm fucking phoning the police.
Now, this is very important to remember. Not only that, because somebody else noticed this in the comments, which we'll get to later. I don't know who this was. I'm actually going to show you guys real quick. In the top chat replay. I just got to wait for it to come up. I'm not going to refresh it for it, though. So if it doesn't come up, it doesn't come up. But in the chat replay, somebody else figured this out, too. Because right here, Nick said he's worried about his wife. If she doesn't come home, he's calling the cops. He said this at...
by about 10 a.m.?
40 verse... chapter 40, verse 15. Minute, hour, the hour marker, 40 minute marker, second marker. Okay. So there's somebody in the chat here called Truth. I don't know who it is. I've never met them before. They might have popped in a little bit later. Okay. So you guys can still hear it. So I'm going to play it from here. Just because
I'm fucking phoning the police and I'm fucking making a missing persons report.
Okay, so he said that he's going to, if he doesn't hear from her by 10 o'clock, he's going to make a missing person report. Now, the question is, did he actually make the missing person report? Because if he actually made the missing person report, it would lend credibility to his story. But I'd be willing to bet my children that he never made a missing persons report because she's not actually missing. And we know that because earlier he said she didn't dip. Ooh. Ouch. That, in fact, the further deeper I go into this, the worse it looks. But hang on, I want you guys to see what I see in the comments. Sorry, just watching Nick pulling Nick Picado
I
out
don't
of
have a fucking phone. My fucking wife.
Now, you got people in the comments, they're starting to ask questions. And they're starting to ask the right questions. And what's funny is this guy right here, LP, he was the one that told me this stream was happening. He messaged me at like 8:30 in the morning, and he's like, yo, dude, something's up with Nick. His wife is missing, and his face is fucked up. And I was like, oh, shit. And then I had DCFS show up, and I had to go through all my shit. But they start asking the right questions here. He said, did she tell you where she was going, or did she tell you where she was going the last time that you saw her? That's a really good question. That's your wife, right? Like, you're wearing a wedding ring. That's your wife. Why wouldn't she tell you where she's going? How do you not know where she is? Unless there was a fight. Which is what I'm trying to get to. That's what I'm trying to drive home. None of this is possible without there being a fight between him and the wife. There's no reason for her to take the SIM card without there being a fight between him and the wife. There's no reason for her to leave without him knowing where she is without there being a fight.
Rip out my fucking SIM card.
And there he said it again.
Rip out my fucking SIM card. Rip out my fucking SIM card. And I can't use my fucking phone.
Ripped out my fucking SIM card. This is twice that's been mentioned. At 41. No, I know he's got a mouthful of food, but...
SIM card. Rip out my fucking SIM card. And I can't use my fucking phone.
Now I'm mocking him. I don't give a fuck.
No.
I'm really disappointed in him. Even for a sinner, I'm really disappointed in him. Now, here, you see, this is what I was talking about. This is why we're not on full screen anymore. So I don't know who this is. But Truth2C said, so you're saying she's kidnapped. Now, I'm going to say that if you watch this whole video without doing what we're doing and stopping and analyzing everything and comparing what he says to what he said, if you don't do that and you just watch this whole thing, there's no way to watch this and be like, okay, well, where the fuck is your wife? Right? Your fucking eyes busted. Your fucking fingers bit. We're not stupid. Where the fuck is your wife? And that, I think, is the emotion that was behind this person right here in this question. So you're saying she's kidnapped. Because there's no other logical explanation for this.
Yeah, how are you supposed to turn the other cheek when the guy's fucking attacking you?
Now, what's
Just
funny
turn the other cheek and...
is right here. I already know this. Because Arthur Rembaud said, how many street fights did Jesus get into? Nobody actually knows that number. I'm assuming there was a couple. What happened to turning the other cheek? And we know there was a couple because Jesus made a fucking cattail with that cattail, the 7 to 9 braids, and went into the temple and whipped the shit out of everybody and threw them out. Jesus wasn't afraid to scrap, I promise you. But he asked this to Nick. Now watch what Nick says. in that. This is priceless.
Cheek when the guy's fucking attacking you. Yeah, how are you supposed to turn the other cheek when the guy's fucking attacking you?
How are you supposed to turn the other cheek when the guy's attacking you? The problem with that, Nick, is that you were the one that attacked him according to your own words. Do you see how this works? Do you see how do you see how these, you don't, yeah. Just don't ever try and lie to me, because I will catch you. I will catch you. 4135. Attacked Nick. How are you supposed to turn the other cheek when the guy's attacking you? But we all know from Nick's own mouth that the guy didn't attack Nick. Nick attacked him. So
just turn the other cheek and let him beat you into oblivion? I don't think so. It's called self-defense, okay?
Which actually, if this story's real and that guy has this video and he does what I do, if he does what I just did, or if he finds my video, Nick is liable. I mean, because the guy could have just been pushing Nick away, like, dude, get away from me. I'm not selling you any dope. And then Nick just attacked him. So if you're going to go by that, and if you're going to go by Nick's words, well, Nick is fucked. Yeah, he said he pushed him. But we don't have that guy's side of the story, right? So the guy could just say that, well, he pushed me, or I pushed him because he was trying to he's trying to steal my drugs. I mean, there could be a million different reasons on why the guy pushed him. Pushing somebody isn't attacking them. Pushing them is trying to create distance. If you watch the UFC at all, they push each other back to create distance between the two. Like if somebody gets in your face, like when the people they like to get right up here and talk to you, and you're like, get out of my bubble. I mean, the bottom line is Nick said he pushed me and I attacked him. The guy did not attack him. He only pushed him back. Why did he push him back? That would be what I want to know. And the reasons on why are skewed because Nick tells two different versions of that story in this video. He says that the guy told Nick that Nick was wasting his time, but then in Nick's other story, he says that Nick was refusing to buy drugs from the guy. So to me, the only way it makes sense that the guy would push Nick is that if this story is true, which I don't believe it to be at all, I would say the only reason that the guy would push Nick is because Nick didn't have the money to buy the dope, and Nick was pushing him to give it to him anyway. And at that point, I would side up with the dealer anyway, and the courts are going to side up with the dealer. They may say, hey, dude, it's illegal for you to be selling drugs, whatever, but Nick got in his personal space. The guy had the right to push him off. That's what it sounds like, Mr. Jones. If that story is true. I don't believe that story to be true at all, though. I really don't. Not even close. Not even a shred. Because if it was, there would be a police report. There would be an ambulance thing. There's only one reason you walk away from a site with a finger like that without calling the ambulance, and it's because you don't want the ambulance to know about your finger. Nick doesn't want anybody to know what happened because there's more to the story. Guaranteed, I promise you. But again, all speculation, just breaking everything down and looking at it for what it is. You know, it's not hard to see through the bullshit. Plus, Nick said this happened at his house. He said it happened at his house, that they were going to come back. Don't come back to that. Come back to my house. At 17 minutes and 40 seconds in, he said that they were going to come back to the house, which means they were already there. So the 7-Eleven thing is just bullshit. It's made up. It's completely made up. There's no way around that. It is completely made up. I would love to talk to Nick about this. I mean, I would be happy to sit down with all my notes and ask Nick questions about his story. But I think Nick would just lose his fucking mind because he's caught. He's caught. He's fucking lying. But here, let's keep going. Because the people in the comments started catching on.
Hey, lazy man, why don't you suck my fucking dick and get the fuck off my channel, you stupid fucking cocksucker.
When people started asking him real questions,
is that a filthy
this
mouth
is how
for
he
you?
reacted.
You fucking tranny-loving piece of faggot shit. Peace. I've been through enough shit tonight that I don't need people like faggots like that.
Now he says tonight because it would have happened within the last 6 hours. Now, in one end of the story, he says it happened a couple hours ago, and then in the other end of the story, he says it happened hours and hours and hours ago, literally hours and hours and hours. So he went from a couple hours to hours and hours and hours. Maybe his lapse of time is a little bit skewed from coming out of whatever he was on. Like he might have woke up at 7:00, went live at 7:30. By 8:15, it may have felt like 4 hours had passed. That's a possibility. But as a human being, I'm not going to accept that shit as truth. There's no way. I think Nick's whole story is just bullshit. Well, I want to show you the comments because they get good. Sort of. There's this truth person asked the right question. They made the right statement.
I ain't saying this is what made kidnapped. Quit fucking making accusations like that, okay?
So right here.
I don't need more stress on my pay. Kidnapped.
Right here. Watch.
I ain't saying she's kidnapped. Quit fucking making accusations like that, okay? I don't need more stress on my plate. She ain't fucking kidnapped.
Okay. Two things here. One, Truth said, so you're saying she's kidnapped. Okay. The first thing you have to understand is this person who's watching this video, that is the only fucking logical conclusion we can come to. Something happened with the wife. She's gone. She's missing. Nick said so herself. She's missing. I miss my wife. I wish she'd come home. Blah, 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 blah. That's the only logical conclusion to come to. So you're saying she got kidnapped? Right? People are starting to wonder about the wife because Nick's fucked up. The wife's gone. SIM card's gone. All this shit's happened. Where the fuck is your wife? That's why we're doing this show tonight. One of the reasons, right? Where the fuck is the wife? Okay? Not saying she's kidnapped. That is at 4240. Is it 4240? Okay. So now this comment comes into play a little bit later. So Nick starts saying she's not kidnapped. One, you have to understand that is a definitive. That is definitive. Okay, so it's like earlier when he said that she didn't dip. Remember that? I'm going to remind you anyway. Just got to find it. She didn't dip. That's 1614. We're at 4247. I'm going to write it down. I'm going to show you how to do this. 4247. We're going to 1614. To be on the safe side, we're going to go to 1604. Listen.
Okay.
Watch.
I swear I will make a promise with you. We got to take these people out.
We're looking for...
She didn't dip.
Right there.
I don't know where she is.
Watch.
She didn't dip.
She didn't dip. Okay? That is a definitive. That is Nick saying she didn't leave. That is him admitting she didn't leave. Now, on the other hand, he is definitively saying she was not kidnapped. Okay? So nobody took her. Her family didn't come and take her. No drug dealer came and took her. No, none of that. And now I've been through that situation, which is why I'm doing this video. Really, it's one of the bigger reasons why I'm doing this video. I was dating a girl for a long time. She cheated on me with this other guy. She left me for him. I got a call from him 5 days later, crying, saying, "Can you help me find her?" He said, "Can you help me find her? They fucking came in and took her." And I was like, "What do you mean?" He said, "They came in and took her." Phil, he came in and he took her. He cleaned out the closet. He threw her and all of her shit in a van and left. What he didn't realize is that while that guy was at work, while the new guy was at work, she had made a deal with Phil that she would work for him. And when I say work for him, I mean she would hook for him. And it wasn't hook for him. He had 5 houses and he was running bitches out of all of them. And it took me and this really big black dude friend of mine, it took us 2.5 weeks to get her back. And we had to follow her around from all the hotels, all the motels, all the bullshit, blah, 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 blah. Phil bought her all new clothes, all new everything. But I made his life hell. I made that dude's life so hard that he had no choice. And when they sent her back fucked up. But we got her back. So Nick is saying two definitive things. One, she's not kidnapped. 2, she didn't dip. How does he know those things? If she just randomly left, How does he know she's not kidnapped? How does he know she didn't dip? That's the question. This is where this person, whoever made this comment, 4247, and it's very important. And I'm not saying that's the situation, because I don't think that's their situation. But what I'm saying is, it is something you need to pay attention to, because this is dangerous shit, man. If Nick fucked up the way it's looking like he may have possibly fucked up, people need to do something. Like, this is not, he can't get away with that.
And she's kidnapped. Quit fucking making accusations like that, okay? I don't need more stress on my plate. She ain't fucking kidnapped. Fuck.
Definitive.
She's got family members. She's probably at her mom's house or something.
Now, there's where the other side comes in. So he said she's definitely not kidnapped. She has family that she's probably at. Probably being the big thing. 4250.
I don't need more worries on my plate saying that she got kidnapped.
Now, but for Nick to even say that, he said she's not kidnapped. He knows for a fact she's not kidnapped. He's saying, I don't need more worries on my plate. He doesn't have any anyway. He already knows she's not kidnapped.
Fuck. It's horrible. I'm going through enough as it is, man.
Now, this Truth to See person right here, here's the second follow-up, and they made a very good point, and this is where this is where I was like, okay, I see what they're going with. So they're like, so you're saying she's kidnapped, because he's like, I don't know where she is, I don't know what's going on. But then he says she's not kidnapped, she's probably with her families. So then Truth says, so she's over at her mother's house, she's fine. Well, then that begs this question. Why would you put out an APB for her? So if she's not kidnapped, and if she didn't dip, why would Nick? This is where you guys got to fucking start asking questions. Why would Nick say this? 4341, hang on, let me write it down. 4341. If she's not kidnapped and she didn't dip, Nick knows that. Then why would Nick say this? 4341. No, that's not it. Yeah. 4015. Why would Nick say this? And you got to ask this. Why would he say this? If he knows she's not kidnapped, she's at her mom's. Why would he say this?
7:43 in the morning.
Wow.
So if I don't hear from her by about 10 a.m., I'm fucking phoning the police.
So if she's not kidnapped and he knows that, and she's not fucking, and she hasn't dipped and he knows that, why would he say that? Why would he need to go to the police if he knows she's okay? I mean, there's only really one answer, is because he knows exactly where she's at and what she's doing, or what she's not doing, or what's been done. He knows the answer. The only reason he would need to go to the police is to make it look like he's innocent. See where I'm coming from? And I'm not accusing him of anything. I'm just saying that his story has a lot of holes, and I'm not the only one that caught that. I am not the only one that caught that. And it is these very questions that have some of the internet wondering where the fuck is his wife. Like, where the fuck is your wife, dude? Why are you all fucked up? Why is your finger bit? Where the fuck is your wife? Where is the proof of this fucking gold chain wearing 7-Eleven Slurpee Slayer. Where the fuck is the proof of this guy? And where is your wife? The only thing he has going for him is, where is the SIM card? I've watched a lot of fucking, and not even what I've watched, what I've studied. You take your SIM card out, or you destroy your phone before you go bury a body. I'm not suggesting that that's what happened. Just saying it would give credence to the SIM card story. SIM card's gone because the wife took it. Where's the wife? Nobody knows. Why wouldn't you have your SIM card in your phone? Don't want to be tracked. Why is your eye black? Why is your hand fucked up? It's fucked up. I don't want to think this about Nick. I don't think he did. I think it was just a really bad domestic dispute. I think the wife probably did smash his phone and take his SIM card. But the questions are there. There's no getting around it. There's no fucking getting around it. The questions are there. And they're not going away. They're not going to fucking go away. 43-41. We left off 43-41. But I just want to point out that I'm not the only one that caught this. Okay? I didn't just pull this out of my ass. I studied this video before I did this. It's right there. Boom. I'm not the only one that saw this. Why are you looking to fucking go to the police and report her missing if you know that she didn't dip and she's not kidnapped? Where is she then? That's the question. Where the fuck is she? Let's keep going.
It's horrible. I'm going through enough as it is, man. I don't know if she's at her mother's house. I don't know where she is. She
doesn't know where she is, but he knows she didn't dip, and he knows she's not kidnapped. That just doesn't make sense to me, man. And he gets really defensive about it.
She could be anywhere. That's the point, Truth. I don't know where she is. She's my wife, okay? We're married. I had to take the ring off because the goof bit my fucking...
Now, wouldn't it just be fucking ironic? Just think about it.
Married. I had to take the ring off because the goof bit my fucking finger.
The goof, and now he minimizes. So earlier was that piece of fucking shit, garbage motherfucker, but now it's just the goof. So now he's minimizing what happened to his finger when he's talking about his wife. He's minimizing it because the goof, right? He doesn't want to call his wife a piece of shit, dirty motherfucker. He calls her the goof. Oh, let's minimize it. Just saying.
And it's going to swell up, but she's my goddamn wife. Okay?
Now, again, he correlates the finger to the wife. Going back to earlier. He coupled it. At 5 minutes and 40 seconds, he coupled the wedding ring and the bite to the wife. He just did it again.
To take the ring off because the goof bit my fucking finger and it's gonna swell up, but she's my goddamn wife. Okay? That's my point. I don't know where she fucking is. Okay?
And we've all got that, Nick, loud and clear. You don't know where she is. Where the fuck is she?
Fuck, man.
All right, I have to go to the bathroom. I have to go to the bath. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. He never called the cops. Why? Why did he go live on YouTube instead of calling the police? Why? I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right, you guys are still here. Means I must be doing a good job. Okay, so where do we leave off?
No, because my phone is broken. Otherwise, I would be calling her. I'm trying to get a hold of her on Facebook. I'm trying to call her on Facebook Messenger.
Now, anybody that knows, okay, this is important. It may not seem like it, but it really is. 45, verse 18, trying to call our messenger. How many times have you guys heard the messenger ring since him being live? You don't. Well, maybe because you're not sharing a screen. But watch what he says after this.
I'm so stressed out right now. You guys don't even know.
So he's
Get a
really
hold
not
of her
trying to
on
call her.
Facebook. I'm trying to call her on Facebook Messenger.
But
I'm so stressed out right now. You guys don't even know.
he doesn't sound stressed. He sounds like he knows exactly what went down. He says he's trying to call her, but it doesn't sound like it to me.
It's
Now here comes where this moment right here. This moment is where we find out that Nick and his wife, this is where it all comes to a head. He takes a deep breath. He sits back and he knows he's fucked. There it is.
It's so bad.
It's so bad.
Why is it so bad? I just... I just want my wife back. You know? I want every scumbag, evil piece of shit on this planet to die. And I want my wife back. Is that too much to ask? Like, really?
Funny he doesn't include himself in that. I find that to be disturbing. He doesn't include himself. He's sitting there talking about physically attacking somebody and beating them to a pulp. He's, just fucking railroading everybody. Treating everybody like garbage around him. And doesn't include himself. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom. This is bad.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
It gets better.
If she's fine and she's pulling some shit, I'm gonna be so mad.
And there's that. If she's fine. If she's fine. 46 new. If she's fine and she's pulling some shit. But Nick already knows. He does. He has the answer. He knows. He's just playing the viewers.
You don't fucking do that to someone. It's not normal. It's not fair. It's not right.
Now, the only thing I can think with that comment, and he's going to say it a few more times, is projection. That's psychology 101. The guilty party always accuses the not guilty party of the things that the guilty party has done. So him saying you don't do that to somebody that's not right, he's talking about himself.
You don't do that to someone you love.
Truth.
It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible.
And then he slams back the computer, and we see Nick for who he really is.
It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why? Why would you do that?
Now, I will tell you this. That is psychology. He's asking himself. He's not accusing her. He's asking himself, why would you do what you did? Because earlier he made the comment. He said, why? What did I do? He said, what did I do? This is sad. This shit is sad as fuck. Like, all you people that think I'm rejoicing in this, I'm not rejoicing in this at all. I care about Nick. I really do genuinely fucking love this dude. I've been through hell to give him the gospel. I've been treated like shit. Shit on, accused of every fucking horrendous thing you can think of. He did it during this video. I played this video on my channel while he falsely accuses me. Played that on my channel. But I genuinely love him. But the truth is, he just doesn't want to accept the things about himself that he cannot change. He keeps thinking he can change and he can't. And he doesn't understand that Jesus made him perfect the way that he is. Still doesn't answer the question, where the fuck is the wife, though? And that's bothering the fuck out of me.
Why would she do that to me?
The real question you should be asking yourself, Nick, is why did you do this to her?
Why? Why would she do that to me?
More fake tears. And you know they're fake because he's still clicking. He's still doing, he's still functioning. When you're broken, you can't function. Even if it's when you admit your own guilt, even when it's when somebody fucks with you. When you're broken, you can't function. My ex falsely accused me of a whole bunch of shit. Ask everybody in my group. I didn't function for like a week. You weren't messaging me asking me shit. I wasn't messaging anybody asking them shit. I couldn't function. The only thing I could fucking do is try and figure the situation out. He's sitting here functioning. He's not crying because he's sad. He's not even crying. That's about how I feel about it. Ooh, feel sorry for me.
You? Where are you?
Where are you? You know exactly where she is. You know exactly why. I'm done time stamping.
I gotta go.
1, 2,
I
3,
can't
4
do
fucking
this
pages.
anymore. I'm sorry. I love you guys.
Can't do it anymore.
Okay?
I love you guys. Send me money.
I gotta go.
I gotta go.
I've had the worst day of my life.
He said he was gonna go to the police department at 10 a.m. Do you think he did?
I gotta go.
I doubt it. I'd be more inclined to believe
I'll
it's
see
somebody
you
else.
guys later, okay? I'll try and chill out. I love you guys. You guys are like family to me.
Full of shit.
You're the only family I have.
If that's how he treats
I don't
family.
have family. My wife is my only family.
His brother took him
My
in.
granddad's
He
dead.
fucked
My
over his
brother,
brother.
he's never around. My mom's never around. I don't have a dad. I don't have a family. You guys are it. I love you guys, man. Okay. Bye, guys.
And that was that. How was that? So the questions in the beginning, they never get answered. Why was he terrified? I mean, the only logical reason is because he's probably going to jail. He's afraid of himself. I mean, at the end of the day, this was a hardcore teardown of his whole story. The story just don't add up. The only thing that makes sense is that it was a domestic dispute. The only thing I can say is I hope his wife made it out. That's it. It's the only thing that makes any sense. At all. It's just fucked up. This is what I do to people. When you guys come on my channel and you tell me all your stories and ooh, I sit down with a note paper and a pen and I take notes. That's how you read the Bible. That's how you figure the Bible out. Is you read the Bible and you say, okay, well, this says the law is dead. This one says that real believers are free from sin, and this one says that whoever sins is of the devil. And that's... How do I do this? What? Oh. Okay. That's how I do the Bible. I mean, that's how you do the Bible. It's really easy. This is not rocket science. There's nothing. Can any one of you that watch this whole thing, do you think Nick's story makes any sense? At all? I mean, I'm being honest. Like, we watched the whole fucking video. Everything. Do you think it makes sense? Does it sound like he's telling the truth? Nope. That's the answer. It's no. I don't expect to see a lot of them, but nope. It just doesn't make sense. The only thing that makes sense is that him and his wife got into it. He probably fucking grabbed her. She probably clocked him with something. My guess would be the phone, because that's a really straight line on his eye. Or her stick. She got him with something. She got him good. And it wasn't her fist. There's no way. And that's why he kept saying little weak. That's why he kept calling the person weak that did it. Because she's a female. She's weaker. She clocked him good with something. He put his hand over her mouth, tried to shut her up. She bit the fuck out of him and she got out. That's my theory. It's just a theory. It's not an accusation. His wife being gone and the injuries being at the same time. That's the only logical conclusion. Plus, I specifically have somebody, real shit, and you guys know me, I don't fuck around. I have somebody that Nick butt dialed in the middle of it all. He isn't saying why, yeah. I have somebody that Nick butt dialed a day and a half ago in the middle of the argument with his wife, and he threatened to beat her ass. My guess is he did. He finally made good on his word. And that's what happened to him. I have every reason to believe she was fighting for her life. Nick has no natural affection. He doesn't care about anybody. He cares about himself. True shit. He cares about himself. And I'm guessing they're married because she cares about herself and she's using him for, access to Canada. Like I marry like the women that marry Americans to come to America. She's not American. She's not Canadian. She's definitely like Filipino or something like that. So, I don't think their marriage is built on a foundation of love and trust. I think she's starting to and I know for the last 3 months she's been starting to realize what Nick really is. She's not happy. I just hope it ended okay for her. That's why I'm doing this. Like, I want Nick to see himself for what he really is. Don't buy his bullshit. Stop buying his bullshit. Stop sending him money. You know what your money's going to when you send it to him. Like, we still send him money, and we haven't for like probably 6 or 7 months. 6 months. Somewhere in there we haven't sent him money. And I don't have any intention on doing it anytime soon. But, I mean, at the end of the day, you know what it's going to. And I'm not judging him for that. Be an addict. That's okay, man. Jesus made you perfect. He reconciled all things. But the hardest part about being a believer is being honest. You got to be honest with yourself. You got to be honest with the people around you in full, dude. In full. There's no honesty with him at all. There's only hypocrisy. Pure hypocrisy. Like, on a fucking level I've never seen. I deal with Jew Dave on all the time basis, and Nick makes Jew Dave look bad when it comes to hypocrisy. And that's saying a lot. Like, Dave is a hard-headed, fucking stiff-necked motherfucker. But Dave's not much of a hypocrite. Nick, on the other hand, that's his whole channel's built on hypocrisy. He's a fucking hypocrite. He's a hypocrite mooch. And at the end of the day, he's just an addict who can't get his shit together. And I don't judge him. I love him. I want the best for him. That's why I did this. So when he goes and he watches it, I don't think he'll ever be able to finish it. Because you got to look himself in the mirror. But at the end of the day, I mean, what's it going to fucking take? And if you guys know him, and you guys know what the fuck's going on, I would really like to know what happened to his wife. Because none of this shit makes sense. None of it makes sense. And the things that do make sense would result in prison sentences for him. And for that, even for that, I'd be grateful, because then I can have access to him with the Bible and Bible study, and he can't run from it, and he's going to need somebody in his corner. And I've got me and other people that are prepared to do so. But at the end of the day, what the fuck happened to his wife? There's only one way he got that bite mark, man. There's only one fucking way he got that bite mark. And he put his hand over someone's mouth. You don't do that to another dude when you're in a fist fight. You just don't. What the fuck are you going to cover his mouth for? Let him scream. Let him fucking scream. Nah, man, that bite mark came from trying to make someone quiet. And they live in an apartment. So they live in an apartment building. So if she was getting loud, he's like, shh. Stop. I promise I'll change. Hand over mouth. No, I can't recap, man. This was 4 hours of fuck my life. I don't ever want to do this again. This is why I don't do this type of shit. Because I go way too in depth. And I really just... But my name got brought into this. The problem is he's blaming everybody but himself. Ooh, Sherelle. Deal. Fucking deal. I'm curious. Yeah, there's something fishy. No, we just covered all the fishy shit. Every possible outcome, we covered all of it. We covered all of it. I I promise you, there will not be a better breakdown of this on YouTube ever. This was the best breakdown you will find. There's the link, Sherelle. You're free to come up. No, nothing's sitting right. And this is what I'm saying, man. Even the fucking sinners are like, what the fuck? Where's your wife? No, nobody's heard from his wife. I don't know who his wife is. I tried finding her on Facebook. The best thing I could find was that about a year ago, when we turned him over to the devil, which is right around the time that he met her, there was somebody on his Facebook, on his Signs and Wonders Facebook page, named SOOOO. And she liked all of his Facebook stuff. But I can't figure out who SOOOO is. Yeah, watch it tomorrow. I'm like, it's worth watching, I would think. I think Brunette will tell you. I think the people that have stuck with me through this whole 3-4 hour event, I think they will all tell you it's worth watching. I definitely did due diligence, and I did right by Nick in what I did with this. But at the same token, I got to do right by everybody else too. I got to do right by everybody else. So I'm not here to bash him. I'm not here to judge him. I'm not judging him. I don't care what he did. Even if he did fucking kill her, I still love her. I still love him. Even if he did fucking kill her, I still love him. I still don't judge him. But at the end of the day, I don't think he killed her. I think it's a very fucked up situation. I think he's definitely lying, and I think it's he's got a rude awakening coming. What up, Sherelle? Can't hear you. I don't know if you have yourself muted. Well, that's what I'm trying to say, Agent KK, is that bite mark on his finger, him saying he got bit. So I did an example tonight. This is the pattern of the bite. If you look along the finger, I drew it. That's the pattern of the bite. The only way to get a bite mark like that is to put your hand over somebody's mouth like this. So his rear naked choke story doesn't make sense because he's holding somebody like this. His hand is nowhere near his mouth. And if you're hitting somebody, you're making a fist. And knowing Nick, his thumb's probably in his fist. So if you're hitting somebody, your finger's not able to be grabbed by teeth. The only way that finger was getting in somebody's mouth is if he was covering their mouth. And that's just common sense. That's really not hard. So I would be, I don't know what's going on with Sherelle's shit. It's not me, Sherelle, I promise. I'm letting you on. I don't know, your camera's not there, I don't know what's going on. Keep trying. Just keep trying. Melanap is Melanap. It's better than StreamYard if it works. So, but yeah, no, man. The only way he got that mark on his finger was by covering somebody's mouth. And you're not going to do that in a fight with another dude. You're only going to do that if it's your bitch and she's being loud and you don't want anybody to hear. And I'm thinking that's what happened. He was probably beating her ass. He covered her mouth. She bit the fuck out of him. He let go. She clobbered him in the face with something. Good. She got him good. And she left. And he probably fucking smoked a bunch of dope, passed the fuck out, woke up, and then went live. That's the only thing that makes sense. That is the only thing that makes sense. And God forbid if he did something else. I'm praying he didn't, but if he did, I still wouldn't judge him. Let's try again. Sherelle. Oh, it's not working. It's not working. What the fuck? I was actually looking forward to talking to you. I was watching you on the live stream when he did this, listening to you guys. Like, yeah, something ain't making sense. I understand where you're coming from. I think she did get away. I mean, personally, the way the story's told, I think she got away. I mean, he knows the answers. He knows the answers. The questions you want answers to, he knows them. And he knew them the whole time. But he did this to beg for money. And that's what makes me fucking angry. Like, and that's how he is, though. That's, what sinners do. They want your money. So I think it's worth watching. I think we did a really good job covering this. I'd be curious to see how it ends. Again, this whole show has been nothing but speculation. It is all just my personal opinion mixed with Nick's facts. And quite frankly, I don't find anything he said to be reliable at all. I think there's a truth in it. I think you can see the truth in what he said, but I don't think the truth is what he said. Definitely. Okay. Thank you, Brunette. That means a lot to me. I think it is. That's why I did it. That's why I did this. I don't ever do this. You guys know that. I don't ever go outside of the Bible. It's not my perspective. It's not my prerogative, but I did tonight. And it's not that I really went outside of the Bible. It's that, he brought me into this, and he brought the Bible into this, and he brought my children into this. Fucking, oh, if you knew how that made me feel. But at the end of the day, he offended a believer He offended a believer 4 days ago, and he got his fucking ass whooped. That's what happens. It's definitely worth the watch. I think so. I hope this works this time. Cheryl, I can't see you.
Sorry.
Okay, there you are.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
You know how you were the first one. I don't know why, but I was like, Perry knows. Perry knows.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
I do. And I love him.
Yeah.
You guys all know. You guys have watched the shit for the last 3 years. You guys all know. I do love him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah. Anybody know what happened to his wife?
No, I asked that
Does
question. You
anybody
know
know
what's
anything?
funny is there's some things that happened. I woke up to his live stream.
Yep.
And I was like, what happened? And I kind of went with his story at first. And and then I actually talked to somebody. She played some riddles in my head. And I was like, what? So then I'm like, I'm going to take oh man, it's just crazy. So I wrote in the chat, I said, hey, what does your wife think about this?
Yeah,
That's the only chat in the live chat room that is missing. Like that was the only one that was gone. So why did he remove that one?
Yeah, he's
I'm very tired now, so I don't want to talk long, but even on my mind all day, I'm like, how do I get a hold of him? I gotta talk to him.
Yeah, just hit me in the comments. I'm always here. I don't go anywhere.
Okay.
This is my whole life. I just preach, read the Bible and preach. This tonight is actually completely outside of what I normally do, but I did it because I have the same questions everybody else does. Where's the wife? I want to know.
Harry,
Where's the wife?
did you see the bite mark? His finger is gonna have to be removed.
Now watch this. Watch this. Sherelle, take your hand, put it over your mouth, and bite your ring finger real hard. And then bite it till it leaves a mark. Bite your ring finger till it leaves a mark.
Yeah,
put your hand over your mouth.
The nerves.
The nerves. Bite your finger.
No.
Bite your finger, and then look where the marks are.
Right.
It's perfect. There's no other way. That's how he got the bite mark. He put his hand over her mouth, and she bit the fuck out of him. Yeah. Wherever the fuck she is, she crushed his shit. Like
the whole thing with the SIM card too. Did you talk about the SIM card as a woman?
Oh yeah, I covered the whole thing. I mean, I promise you. Okay. I promise you, if you watch this video, it's fucking 3.5 hours. If you watch this video, you'll be left with no doubts. There's no, the questions are all still the same because it's all speculation. None of us know anything. But at the end of the day,
I gotta say I'm 90% sure. That's pretty bad for me to say.
I mean, all you got to do is cover your own mouth and bite your ring finger, and you'll find out real quick how he got that mark.
The first thing, when I looked at it from different eyes, was the first minute of the video and what he is saying.
Which part?
Whoa, that was so haunting. The first part, where he's crying in the very beginning of the video.
That's all fake.
It's fake. Oh, well, okay. It's I can see right through it. It's this is some first 48 type shit.
Yeah,
sorry.
No, this is. But look here, and that's why I'm doing this. That's why I'm doing this because my name got brought into this. So I know that if this does become a story, YouTube killers are kind of a thing. That's, fucking the people, the streamers that go to prison. That's kind of a thing. That's a running thing.
Perry.
So Nick's gonna end up one of those if this is the case. I have to get ahead of the curve because my name comes up in this shit. And
you're
gonna blame me for everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
right. He's gonna be he told me it wasn't sin.
Don't even. Oh, man.
I never told you it wasn't illegal, though, motherfucker. Illegal and not sin are two different things. Cops don't give a fuck about your morals. They give a shit about the law. So, And
And
that's
then he's in Canada, so they like barely care. Like I don't know. I don't want to say
yeah, the
all
laws
that,
are different there. It's
yeah,
all
it's
weird. They're
different.
domestic violence. He'd be treated, he'd be treated just fine.
Wow.
But
And it was the ring finger. And on the
yeah,
26th, she was, thinking about getting a divorce.
on the 26th of December, or were you thinking about
January.
4 days ago? 4 days ago when I went or when you were there when he went live and he was sucking fucking foilies, weren't you?
Right.
And he fell asleep.
Yes,
You were there.
I did.
You were
Yep.
fucking there. You were in the comments. I remember seeing you. You were in the comments. I recorded all that shit. I recorded the argument
Right.
with his wife when he's like, "You stole my dope," and she's like, "No, I didn't."
And then he's
I don't
like,
think
"Oh,
she
my
did.
wife." He's like, "My wife bought me this fucking stupid phone." Like he
Yeah.
was obsessed with the
Yeah.
phone. And
Now, there's another person out there floating around, and I can't tell you who it is. And if he told you already, then he told you already. But there's another person out there floating around who Nick accidentally dialed while he was arguing with his wife, not yesterday, but the day before. And he was threatening to beat the fuck out of her.
we both know who he is, Perry. But
So you know, okay, so you already know.
yeah.
All right. So I'm not gonna out him because that's just
No
that's just
way.
that's how I roll.
But
so yeah.
so the other part, oh man, there's just so much. It's like it's like when you watch First 48 and you watch it from a new eye, like a detective's
I
eye.
don't think it's that bad. I think this is gonna be fucking.
You know
Nick
what he
simply
told
got
me?
what he had coming. He's coming to the end of himself. Look, man, he's gonna have to break.
It's like
The only way this is gonna stop. That's the only way this is gonna stop is if he stops sinning, forever.
well, okay, that's the whole other part. But I'm saying,
And
like,
that's where me and you. That's where me and you would go our separate ways.
we don't need
for
to
sure.
talk about that right now,
Right.
do we? No, we don't.
Not
No,
right
no,
now.
please,
but
let's not do
Sherelle,
that.
I would actually like it if you came up here and did that way.
That's the least of my concern. You know, my back is so tense.
It should be the most of your concern because
No.
if you don't listen, you're gonna go to hell. But okay.
Oh yeah, you don't need to worry about that, honey. I got that. No,
Yeah,
not right now.
but
Especially
okay.
it's like 2:30 in the
Right.
morning.
For you, oh, yeah,
I'm
it's
not
2:48
Nick.
for me
I'm
too.
not gonna sit here and argue with you.
Right. So really throughout the whole thing, the big thing is he keeps saying he doesn't know where his wife is.
Okay,
And
that's
then-
if you listen
but
to the
he-
beginning.
But he gives several definitives. Like he said she didn't dip. He said she's not kidnapped.
Mhm.
So those two things right there tells you that he knows exactly where she is.
Right. Just
He-
can you please go to the first part of the clip?
Which
Just
one? What do you want?
The
which part?
very beginning of it, where he's crying.
Okay. Now what part about it?
Just like turn it up. Just listen from new eyes, you guys.
Guys,
What do you want?
Listen.
I'm so fucking terrified.
Who's terrified after getting their ass beat?
Right.
One question.
That is the question. Why is he terrified? In fact, that's the question. I have it written down at the top of the fucking paper.
I believe you do.
See it right there?
Okay, let's
Why
keep
would
going
he
though.
be
Just
terrified?
1 minute. Right. I'm not here to debate you, honey.
No,
at
I
all.
know, we're not debating.
Okay. I just
Can't
asked you to do
stop
this. I'll do it
crying.
on my
Yeah.
own. I don't need you at all. Okay.
I'm so scared.
I don't want it. It's not even about that. Right
You
now.
do.
I'm so scared.
You don't get it. You just don't get it.
And we can't get it because you won't tell us the truth now.
Nobody gets it. What? I don't understand.
Agent, we don't know if he
Why
hits or not.
does
That's what we're trying to get
I
at.
don't understand.
It's
He
so
right now is
terrifying.
You do
breaking
understand.
down.
You do
Listen,
understand.
Stop.
You're just
Perry.
having a
Can
hard
you,
time
like,
accepting it.
All right. We got your version already. I don't care. I don't need to do this here actually because I don't want to sit here and go back and forth with the alpha male at 4 o'clock freaking in the morning. That's not okay with me. So I don't need to do that whatsoever.
Okay.
But I'm just trying to just do this 1 minute and pretty much go to bed because this is not cool. I
What's
want to
not
know where his wife is, and I was going to ask you after this conversation. Hopefully, I don't debate. First of all, I'm not going to sit here and debate with you about knowledge. No, especially at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm stressed. But the one question I was going to ask you is if we should call the police department tomorrow, or at least find out what's going on. I
Do
have
you
his
live in
mom's email
Canada?
address. No, I live in Miami.
Okay. Well, then you need to have international calling on your cell phone.
I got all that.
And we got to figure out which province he lives in. I've tried this all day. It
Okay.
doesn't. There's no way.
Okay.
There's like 500 Nick Johnsons.
Well, let's just call him. Let's figure it out tomorrow. We got to find out. It's not going to be that hard. I'm like, I just want to find out if his wife is okay more than anything, but his finger, the ring finger, was
Ironic.
bit off by a very strong
It's
woman
not
that did not
bit
want to
off.
die.
It's just smashed up really good.
Oh, his finger's going to fall off. Watch.
Nah.
It was black. He should have got his finger
His
fixed
nail's
2 days.
black. That happens when you smash your toe.
All right, I'm done with you already. Okay,
All right, well,
I cannot
goodbye.
talk to you. Okay, bye.
Can't handle a logical conversation. Highly doubt she will ever survive the Bible study. All right, so Agent KK, if you have his brother's address, then you have his last known address. That's a fucking hell of a start. That's a hell of a start. Because I only have the address that he had before that. And that's fruitless. I can't call him. I don't have international calling. I reached out to his brother on his brother's Facebook or on his brother's YouTube channel. I haven't heard anything back either. I mean, at the end of the day, there's no stopping anything that's happening. There's no preventative measures that we could do to stop the situation. The shit's already happened, whatever it is. Yeah, he did. He did threaten guns. I have that written down. I forgot where it is. Phone broken. That's firearm. Was gonna. Yeah, I'm just looking for where it is. I know I fucking wrote it down. I mean, I didn't write it down. You think I would, though. Wiped off your. Oh, threats with guns. 13 minutes, 42 seconds. Right here.
Piece of shit. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
There it is.
I have a firearms license, and I have it for a fucking reason. You don't fucking threaten my life.
Sherelle, first, for you to come up here, you're going to have to first accept that I'm a man and you're a woman. And you're going to have to accept that I might know things that you don't know. And my job is only to help you. And you're either going to listen or you're not. It's up to you. You're more than welcome on my channel at any time. Pay your drug dealer, get your wife back. I don't think that's the problem there, dude. It's not the problem because she wouldn't have took the SIM card otherwise. The SIM card plays an ugly role in this because the SIM card shows that there was an argument. The fact that she took the SIM card and his phone's broken, that shows there was an argument. There's a reason. She took it for a reason. And I think that's what she's paying for. So, with any luck, he didn't kill his wife. I don't think he did. I really don't think he did. I think it's just a nasty, nasty fucking domestic violence. I'm thinking that Nick is probably going to go to jail. I would figure like maybe 6 months to a year, given the severity of his injuries and what he claims he did to the other guy. I'm gonna guess that he's probably gonna go to jail. But everybody that watches this, you can rest assured that not only will Nick have bond money on his books, he will have a Bible, and he will have people that will visit him. Because even though he fucking hates me, I love him. Yeah, but Brunette, it's funny because Brunette says this. Brunette, Now you're virtue signaling. Brunette says this, but she knows why. She knows why it's all happening. Like, it's sad, but you know why. And I notice you say he's going downhill so bad, it's actually sad. You don't, you're nowhere in there. Are you saying that he doesn't have it coming? So, and I'm gonna stand on that. I don't give a fuck. I'm not letting up. I'm not letting him out of that. Nope. Motherfucker, you've insulted me, falsely accused me, treated me and my family and my crew like shit. And all we've done is show you Bible verses and tell you they mean what they say. You motherfucker, I have done you nothing but love, and you have done nothing but reward me with hate. Fuck that. Got everything that you got coming, you got coming. Yep, see, it is. She knows. She fucking knows. That's the beauty about having access. She fucking knows. She sees it every day. So, in fact, Brunette, I'm so excited. Ooh, this is the month. This is the month. Oh, yeah, you were in here. I told you. DCFS wrapped up their shit today. My kids, man, my poor fucking kids. These people keep coming to the house. Today, this lady made my kids, fucking all of them, lift up all their sleeves and all their all their pants and show them their legs and arms and fucking ask all my kids if they feel safe here. And my kids are all like, "Are you crazy?" Like, yeah, we're fine. Even my little baby, she did it to my babies, and my babies are like, "Dada, why?" Like, because, you know, sinners, the fucking sinners, they just won't let up. It just is what it is. But yeah, Sherelle, if you're gonna come on my channel, you're gonna have to understand that I'm not this is my channel. SIM card, no woman wants a SIM card. They want the cell phone. Right, Sherelle. Okay, so I understand the question you're getting to, which is kind of, that's where you go when you're going off the fucking deep end. And when I say fucking deep end, I mean like my initial thought to that. I mean, there's a couple different ways you can go. One, and he mentions it twice, not once throughout the video. He mentions it twice, once in the beginning and once towards the end. So it's not like it's not on his mind. It's on his mind the entire time. What up, Donnie? Ooh, I hope you're doing okay. So he mentions it twice, once in the beginning, once at the end. The only reason I could see anybody removing a SIM card from their phone is because they don't want tracking on it for that period of time. So either you're doing something really illegal or you're burying a body. And with the dirt under his fingernails and all this shit, see, I wasn't going to go there. I was going to talk about all that. But with the dirt under his fingernails and the way he's looking and how it's fucking 7 o'clock in the morning when he starts this stream, and he said it was hours and hours before. I get where you're going. I get where you're going with that. But at the same token, we all still want to have the benefit of the doubt. We know Nick is not reliable. I'm not going to say he's not perfect because Jesus made him perfect on the cross. But we know he's not reliable. And the words that come out of his mouth aren't worth dick. So, but I still want to have the benefit of the doubt. Exactly, Agent. See, now you guys are starting to put it all together. And that's why I did the stream. Is to help you guys put it all together, to go through it line by line and show you the holes in the story, man. A lot of holes. I want answers. I don't know about you guys. I don't think we'll ever get them. We won't get full answers, but we'll get the generalized. I mean, it'll come out. We'll figure it out. Nick's been a part of my life for a while. And I do love him, contrary to, how he treats us. I do love him. And I've always treated him with love. Even the other day when I was on his channel, I treated him with love. I told him he was perfect and I love him, and, I have no problem telling him his life's only going to get worse. Why would I laugh about what? What the fuck are you accusing me of laughing at? When I turned him over to the devil, I knew exactly what we were doing. He earned it. We're not laughing about it. That's serious shit. We laugh about it now because we're seeing the results. He did it to himself, man. What the fuck are you up here sticking up for? He did it to himself. He did it to himself. You don't want to get turned over to the devil? Well, then don't fuck with real believers. It would be better for you to have a millstone tied around your neck than for you to offend me. I promise you. I fucking promise you. Nick is the living example. There you go. Go ahead. Call me names. Falsely accuse me. Treat me like shit. Watch what happens to you. I'm that confident. Because I know. I know who I serve. I know what this is. I'm the fucking preacher. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, thank you, Jesus. No, it's not about offending me. It's about what goes around comes around. And then some. And then some on top of that. And then some on top of that. And then some on top of that. But you got comes home with black eye, fights with wife, she leaves. One scenario. So, who bit him? I don't think it's strange agent. I really don't, because he left up the one from the other day. Between me and him. And I have all the clips. I'm not showing them on here because I'm not trying to do that. I have all the clips of him sucking off of Oily and arguing with his wife. I have all those. But at the end of the day, no, that's not bitter. That's fact. Bitterness and fact are two different things. Jesus said, if you offend one of the little ones, you're fucked. And he's specific. If you offend one of these little ones that believe in me, you're fucked. Nick has crossed the line several thousand times. I don't cross that line. I haven't crossed that line tonight. I love Nick. Well, whatever. Go fuck yourself. Keep serving sin, motherfucker. Every time you sin, you serve the devil. And keep serving sin. I don't give a shit. I've done nothing but right by Nick, including throughout all this. I'm not judging him for anything that he could have done. He could have buried her, he could have chopped her into pieces and buried her into several different provinces. I would still love Nick. I wouldn't judge him. But at the end of the day, I still want the answers. And so does everybody else. Even the people that would judge him. They all still want answers. What happened to his wife? Where's the wife? Where's the wife? Produce that answer for me, and then we'll talk. Otherwise, you just sound like a fucking hypocrite. Are you saying I don't have? What are you saying? Are you saying I don't have the right to care about Nick or what happened to his wife? You saying that I can watch that I don't have the right to watch this and be worried? Like I don't have the right to watch this what he did and be worried? Are you saying I don't have that right? Like I'm not allowed to be worried? I'm not allowed. So according to you, right, said Ted, according to you, I'm not allowed to watch the video that Nick did and have questions that I want to answer. I'm not allowed to analyze the video. I'm not allowed to have freedom of speech and freedom of thought. Go fuck yourself. Inconsiderate prick. Good point. Don't want to, you don't want to look at other options on that. But at the end of the day, it makes no difference. There's nothing about Nick's story makes any sense. We just broke down the entire thing. It does not make any sense. There's only one thing that does make sense. No, it's straight up about my concern. The offending part, we took care of that last year. He's been offending me for years. It's not anything new. Like, you're acting like it's something new. Like, he's been offensive to my crew for years. So, it is what it is. There's no trying about it, man. There's no trying about it. I've just been, I've done my due diligence. Just is what it is. Well, Sherelle, I invite you to come on here when you're like, 100% sober and to have a real conversation. Don't come up here and be fucking confrontational, though, because I'm really not. I read verses. They just mean what they say. I'm not breaking anything. What do you mean? Let's break the case. What the fuck? How am I the bad guy? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, because I analyzed this video? No, I'm the bad guy. That's funny. That's fucking priceless. So it's been 4.5 hours. Fucking 3 o'clock in the morning. Holy shit. This is what it is. Told you guys. This is just it. Just is what it is. Whatever Nick's got going on. I want to know what happened to his wife. Personally, I don't buy his story at all. I don't think anybody should. I think it's full of holes. It is full of holes. If you guys buy it, then you're idiots. I want answers, and I may never get them. But he brought my name up. My name got brought up multiple times in his video. Therefore, I have the right to analyze it. So, I hope he manages to work it out somehow too. And it will. It'll all work itself out. I'm not worried about it. I don't know why he is. He says he's terrified. I'm sure he's got good reason to be. I got thrilled and laughed. It's illegal for me to laugh? What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm not allowed to laugh? I'm not allowed to, like, be objective to anything? I mean, please explain to me, right? Said Ted. What is it you think I'm supposed to abide by? What laws are you trying to put me under? Please explain. I didn't know I wasn't allowed to fucking analyze a video. I mean, God forbid I question the lies that are being fed to me, right? I'm not allowed to do that according to you, apparently. I just have to accept the lies and believe the lies, and that's it. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, I play the whole thing. I play the whole thing in the stream. For that reason alone. In case he deletes it. And I've got the argument with his wife and all that shit from 4 days ago. I have all that just in case he decides to delete everything. Because he did delete the video where he was sucking off of Foily. He did delete it. And I've got all that just in case something happens to his wife and detectives want it. I have. I don't think you're going to hear from him. To be honest, Sherelle, I don't think you're going to hear from him. I don't think Nick's going to come back for a long time. So, yeah, it's all on here. Everything is on here. The entire breakdown of the entire thing, every timestamp for everything is on here. I did my job. I did a good job. I can't say my job because it wasn't my job. I just did a good job at what I chose to do. What I chose to do tonight, I did a good job at it. And I did it because I love Nick and because I care about what happens to people in general, like his wife. I care about what happened to his wife. Obviously, fucking this right said dad doesn't give a shit about what happened to his wife. I do. And that's why I did what I did. Well, the problem, Sherelle, is you keep calling people Christians that aren't Christians. Everybody that sins is of the fucking devil. Period. Everybody that sins is of the devil. They're not Christians. It's that simple. It's really easy. The whole thing is so simple, it would blow your mind. If you sin, you're of the devil. Real believers can't sin. It doesn't exist. Jesus ended sin on the cross. It's over. That's reality. No, he said he was going to go to AA on the 23rd. And he bet his wife. He made a bet with his wife. He said that if he gives up drugs, if he doesn't give up drugs by the end of January, she could divorce him. And she took that bet. I was there. I heard it firsthand. I have it recorded. She said, deal. So at the end of it all, I hope his wife's okay. I do hope the best for Nick. But really, I don't care about what happens to Nick. I care that he finds Jesus, the real one, like real faith. I hope he finds the truth. So I don't care what happens to him in the process of coming to it. In fact, you know, I found in my life, I had to be broken beyond belief. I had to be like, fuck, you guys don't even want to know what the bottom of the barrel looked like for me. But in that moment, I chose to trust the Bible. I hope Nick does the same. Sherelle, shut the fuck up. Stop trying to blow shit where it's not, where the wind's not going. In this aspect, in this analysis, yeah, no. Yep. I would say I did a good job. I'll just say I did a good job. I wouldn't even say 100%. I just did a good job. Have you ever not done it? Like, do you ever not go to work and then do your job and you're like, holy shit, I did a really good job? Yeah, I don't want any limelight. I don't at all. I want to know what happened to Nick's wife. And I want to see what happens to Nick after this. I'm worried about him. I genuinely am worried about him. But why would you go for coffee at 1 o'clock in the morning? I mean, make sense out of that. Because that's what time it would have had to have been. And that doesn't make sense. So, I love y'all. Yep, Brunette, I'm going to wrap it up. Good night, everybody. Thank you for rolling with me through all this. If anybody finds out what happened to the wife and what goes on with Nick, please let me know. I really... No, right, said Ted. That's just a part of it. There's no revenge. There's no mocking. There's no none of that. I care about Nick. I want to know what happens with him. I want answers. Just like everybody else. It is what it is, man. There's a lot of unanswered questions here. I want answers just like everybody else. So, I love y'all. I salute the brethren, the real ones who go through it. Today's Saturday, tomorrow's Sunday. I'll try and get up here tonight, but at the end of the day, look, here's somebody telling you, I'm not mocking Nick. Not in any way, shape, or form. I'm not accusing him. I'm not anything. I just want answers. So, I love y'all. I don't cast the devil on anybody. If you sin, you willingly choose to serve the devil. Every time you sin, you choose to serve the devil. That's on you. So, I love y'all. Enjoy your night. Yeah, if Nick hadn't put it online, we wouldn't have been doing this, right? So, whose problem is it really? It's Nick's. Enjoy your night, guys. Adios.